Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another stream of Football Manager 2023 with Ytterhogdals IK. So, today we've got a match against Gefle coming up. Also, gotta increase my sound a little bit here. There we go. So, yeah, that's against the leaders of the league. It's an away game. And given the last two matches, we can have a minor degree of confidence going forward. Especially the last time against Motala was decent, I think. So maybe we can get a result against Gefle. At least a draw would be nice in our situation. Now overall, I just had a look into this. You can see it immediately on the home screen even. We scored 22 goals, that's not too bad. I mean, that's really bad compared to last season. I know home streams will be missed. It's just how it is. But, or we miss him right now. But goals conceded wise, we're fourth worst. This is what can't be. This is the problem. So in that sense, we gotta deal with the errors in defense, and midfield didn't contribute much, probably. Yeah, that's the reasons why we're down here. Now, we could obviously outscore that, but it's highly unlikely. We weakened the squad too much in most areas. That's it. And from a financial point of view, I think we're doing just fine. So, going forward, we can probably spend some money. Just gotta do it in a healthy way. Hopefully we can deal with that. And, well, just get a result. Okay. So, what will we do first? Well, Anderson will not play next match. That's a right back that's not too problematic. In worst case, we can put Moreira da Silva on the bench if he's still around. If he isn't, well, we will deal with it. Then, maybe not gonna go. We'll need to play through. But first, let's go for the press conference, maybe, to get that sorted with the entire whopping one journalist. I don't know about the team talk though. Now with the relegation zone, I don't feel it's of much use. We're tied with the others on 19 points. We're not out of the woods yet. Not by any stretch of the imagination. And it's kind of cool that Kulovic scored. I really like that. He apparently, well, he knows how to play his new position. Great. That's old news, I guess. We finally won after 6 matches without a win. Good. Now, to be fair, we had some draws in here, and none of these were really devastating results. There was a bit of a bad luck scenario too, but on the other hand, we were not as dominating as we can be. So that's definitely part of the problem. And apparently, David Sanyang had a wonderful performance this week. Okay. If that's how it goes. So, Kulovic contract expires in 4 months. Well, at the time speaking, it looks highly unlikely that we will let him leave. But on the other hand, we might find a replacement for him that is just better. Who knows? Anyway, he scored last game, so that's good. His morale is perfect though, so not going to praise him just yet. The rest of them though, none of them has perfect morale, so it might be a good idea to praise them once in a while. And the match is over. 7.6 rating is wonderful. So 26 out of 26 passes though is easily, it's perfect. So that's really, really great. Overall, a really great performance by Zetterberg. Ngongo, I think not so much. We're still on a 7.4 rating. He won 100% of his tackles, so that's definitely a plus. And, well, he worked well in defense, but we'll probably praise him for the tackles. Here it is. And you can see that I wasn't able to praise him for a long time, and especially not for things that are really relevant to them. So both of them jumped up to perfect immediately. Let's look for Ytterhogdal, probably in previous in the air as always. Yeah, more or less. For him it's really about the heading, he didn't do much else. But it's still really good. And you can see the effect is not as high, and that's probably related to the fact that it's okay for him to accept the praise, but he wasn't that good. Last game he would have accepted it more easily. On the other hand, I wouldn't have wanted to praise his overall defending, because he didn't do much defending other than the heading. At least that's how it looks, stat-wise. Hellstrom didn't have a good game last game. His headers were decent, but the rest of it wasn't. So I'm not sure if you want to criticize that. But in defense he didn't contribute much. He actually accepts it. Then there's Christopher Alp.
Thanks for the follow.
Hi, and welcome to the stream, Brenton, and thank you for following. If you have any questions, let me know. Well, okay. So, with Alp, there's not much that went well. The tackling went well, but overall his defensive performance has been a bit spotty. I'd still praise him for the tackling in this situation, but yeah, that works. Alright. Then we have Malte Ekman here. Really good passing, as always, I feel inclined to say. But he didn't create any chances with it, same as always, I might say. He still acts as some sort of holding midfielder at this point, even though he's employed as a register. He will get to it though. Really, there's matches where he definitely shined in his role, but it depends a bit. You can see that he tries to contribute with the odd assist, and he tries to play these killer balls. Often they are intercepted, not due to technical deficiencies, but because the attacking player is not good enough on picking them up, or because he didn't time them well. Or I'm not sure if this is down to the decision making. His decision making is decent. It's mostly down to the vision, probably. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but I think he sees them too late, and he might still play them anyway, from time to time. So that's certainly part of the story. For him, I wouldn't say I'm I'm excited just yet. Sorry. So we cannot praise him for the tackling, I think. We might try though. Yeah, we can praise him for the tackling. He's a midfielder. That's good. But he's on a 7.1 rating. That's a reason to be excited on Korovic's level. That got him out of the really bad zone, form-wise. And now maybe he can make up on his potential, or whatever's left in terms of potential. So hopefully we can get a decent Metzala out of him. Because he's got a flair, he's really just... He's missing the mentals and some of the physicals. The physicals are not even that bad. Same with the mentals. We just need the odd point. I realize that this is a big statement, but yeah. Nila Forsell. He had a 7.2 rating last game. Overall decent performance. Not much to say. We can probably praise his tackling. With the one tackle. 100% spot on. Then there's Harry Warwick, who could have decided the game for us more often than not. Well, apparently it was a low-grade chance, but I feel differently about it. He had 5 key passes though. That's good. No chances created on the other hand. But I'd rather praise him for the tackling or none at all in this situation. Yeah, let's do that. So they don't rate that up too highly because their overall rating isn't that good. Lilydal here had an assist. Decent passing. He created a chance and had an assist. Tackling is spot on though. So I'll probably praise his tackling anyway, because that one chance isn't that praiseworthy, I think. And with Kulovac, we already talked about this. He's already in perfect morale. Westberg didn't play. Not much to tell him. Hildegard Blom. He played and had decent passing actually. There was not much to do in defense for him, apparently, for the entire 30 minutes, which is good because he's really slow and, well, we got him in once the opponents were more or less exhausted, especially their midfield and defense. They substituted the attacking part of their squad. But the overall passing was good. Then we've got Wickberg. Did Wickberg play? Yes, he did. Came on. 1-2 out of 3 headers, that's not too great. There's really not much to tell. The passing cannot be... that's not praiseworthy, 60%. 66% with headers, 1 is not praiseworthy either. 2 interceptions is not that much. So I will not praise him for his performance, even though I'm happy with it. Melander did come on for Ekman at some point. Played a decent pass, but not a great one. So we can probably criticize him for the lack of chances created here. It's not fair to say they were feeding on scraps, but they could have done with the odd chance more. Hellberg didn't play. That's rare that we do not put him on the pitch, but it wasn't needed. And then there's Skillermo, who all of a sudden actually gets some playing time. I think he played as a Metzala last game though, I'm not sure. What did we use him for? No, he played inverted winger. I trained him as a Metzala. That's why the old Backe here, he lost his training. He played as a Metzala and now he forgot that he needs to train as an inverted winger for some reason. I don't know. They didn't fix this for the last 5 installments of Football Manager probably. This bug has been around forever. So much that you're used to it at some point. So, yeah, form-wise, he came on in minute 76, not much to tell. He didn't create that many chances though. He had a shot on goal apparently, 2. But he didn't put them in. He's a viable bench player at this point though. Especially in comparison to the rest. The rest just didn't perform well. So, next match against Gefle. They play a 4-4-2. And Ludin in the middle will be banned. That could be a positive for us. Overall, their squad is definitely better than ours though. There's no doubt about that. This is a professional club too, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they have professional status. Now, I just realized that the U19 will play. I'm willing to give up some playing time after U19 for the others here. He doesn't need it, he doesn't need it, he needs it. He does, and well, Moreira da Silva is not that important. Same for those. The rest of them they played more or less through 90 minutes, so I don't want to do that. Oh yeah, this is one of these things that is also really weird. You gotta exclude the keeper. So I want him to give playing time for 45 minutes. That's fine. And now I gotta do the keeper separately because the keepers can only play for 90 minutes for some reason. They cannot be substituted apparently. But sure, you can also have one of the keepers. Anderson got an automatic fine. That's okay. All the friendlies for the U19 as a preparation for the cup is kind of nice. But considering the U19 squad, we should probably sort it out. The squad is really expensive and it doesn't result in anything. We don't have proper training for them, we don't have proper facilities for them, we don't have a proper recruitment system for this. And now we can go with a decent youth recruitment going forward. But in fact that's probably one of the better ideas, given our our status in the game. But I think we need to focus the U19 a bit more. On the other hand, this is long-term stuff, and we're definitely bound in the short term right now. Okay, we've got some advice here too. So Joachim Karlsson, what about him? The squad's less desirable characteristics had an effect lately. He's fairly sporting now. Not sure what he was previously. Doesn't look good. I never talk to these, so any option is fine. We will definitely not praise the youth development in this situation. And I'm careful to criticize the youth development too. He could go out on loan, but nobody's interested, so let's remove the status. I realized that once they're listed for loan, it might affect the training performance. Joachim Eriksson, he tried to remove his long shots, didn't work. We tried to coach him as a complete forward, but I'm not sure if he has the potential. He's a 16-year-old Swedish guy though, so... What's definitely available is jumping return strength. His heading is bad though. But as recommended by the coach, this is something that can be improved. And the rest of it really doesn't look that bad. It's sure the vision of 4 is a bit concerning, but overall I'm happy with that. This guy could be molded into, let's say, a useful player, if he's got the potential, that is. We're not sure about that. But he is one that might lead the line, at some point, at least. Not with 16-year-old, though. More in 3 or 4 years he might make an appearance. Alexander Bengtsson. He apparently needs appearance. Why is that? Well, appearance. Well, he doesn't have additional training set. That's why he needs some attention. So, in his case, what's the problem? Well... he should do as a wingback. But overall he didn't get much better. And it's down to the marking and the off-the-ball movement, first and foremost. Those are his weaknesses. So, either defensive positioning or attacking movement. Given the marking, positioning and decisions are bad, defensive positioning is fine. The attacking movement isn't far off though, so it doesn't help. Then there's Daniel Danielsson, who is also a striker. As you can see, he's got the jumping too. He's also, he's already 17, but he's not too weak. More of a passer than a finisher as a striker. And he's unambitious, so I don't know what to do with him. Apparently he needs agility and balance. Well, I somehow disagree, but... sure, why not? I think his work rate is more important though, but he needs to improve overall. And also we need to improve his personality. This just doesn't cut it. Then there's Gladys Shabani. He is a defender that brings the ball out of defense with dribbling 1. This is a not so wonderful trait if I'm not mistaken. Running with the ball into midfield positions. I don't want him to run with the ball at all. And he will not get there. So let's remove this. I'll actually try to remove the trait. That's not what I'm going for. Is it in passing training then? Where is it? Technique? Yeah, Yeah, dribbling is definitely not one of his strengths, and we will not get it up to a standard that is needed. He's not a good dribbler, and he will never be. So, this is a bad trade for him, and that's about all we will do. Then Jonas Andersson apparently is a star in the making. Well, I don't see that right now. He might play the odd game in the first team though. We've already been there with another guy. We might give him some playing time in case it's needed. So that's okay. Then there's Paul Coleman. We just signed him. We really just signed him for the personality though. I don't think he will make it in our squad. He's not well balanced. That said, if he would, I don't know, go through the roof for some reason, development-wise, that would be great, but I don't expect it. And really, well, he's second nationality English. That counts, I guess. And we will definitely not give him a Swedish course. David Person. Low determination. Trains as a box-to-box right now. I'm not that convinced of this guy's future. And he should improve the quickness. Well, okay. Yeah, we can do that. Why not? At least he's improved a little bit, but... if we look at it overall, it's not great. Stamina dropped a lot here. Was he injured? He was injured. He had a dislocated shoulder. So that might have been it. Not sure why that affected his stamina though, but that's how it goes. And then again, Daniel Danielsson, we've been there. Now we can look into the rest of the U19 too. Some of these will not make it. Tobias Braun, for example. At least if we go according to the star rating. Now, if I look at this, I feel like this is a more viable sample than some of the others. There's no ones in here. But he will probably never be good enough for the first team. It's just a guesstimate though. I have no idea. And he thinks the training is not beneficial. So whilst I definitely disagree with that, he needs it. We can also train him on something else. I don't know, dribbling. Let's go with ball control training and dribbling. If he likes that more, cool. Why not? He can always be a decent dribbler in his attacking duty. And let me put it that way. It doesn't matter much which of these attributes goes up first to be on a certain level. But he will need to cut the low attributes at some point anyway. It's important, otherwise we will not include him in the squad. Or we do not want to. We really should have better options there. Jumping reach 12, at that size, this is probably the maximum of it. He's a decent central defender. But the pace and acceleration are really concerning. Strength-wise, this doesn't work right now. I'm not too concerned with the positioning and marking, and even the decision making. This stuff will improve by itself. The heading and bravery, though, is also concerning. So we've got enough players that have decent jumping, but the heading isn't up to the standard. He's got the jumping for a header. Let's improve his heading to give him a chance to actually challenge there. And if he doesn't manage to get it, well, that's okay. That happens. He's also listed for loan. Nobody wants him. I feel like I'm listing random players for loan out of the youth team is really ineffective here. It doesn't work. Eldin Halilovic. Fairly ambitious, that's a decent personality. And he trains as a box-to-box. But really, there's not much going on there. He got worse overall, and as a box-to-box. Well, he did improve for some time, and now he got worse. Basically, he got one sample of the red arrows that appear at some point. I don't think he got too much match experience, so that's just part of development. I would probably be willing to part with him, but there's nobody interested in him. Yeah, we'll need to sit this through. Plain and simple. And sure, we can train him in Final Third training, like it's recommended. It doesn't matter much though. Work rate and stamina went up though. This is core. These are core attributes for the role as a box-to-box midfielder. Where is it? Oh, I'm a defensive midfield. He's not a good passer, by the way, so that's why we do not try to go with a register role or something. There's a box-to-box he might do. He's got, you can see the physical side here. The passing is obviously lacking, but I don't know what to train him on anyway. Otherwise, he could do as a ball-winning midfielder, maybe. Is this better? Not by much. If you look at that marking, it's not a natural talent of his. The aggression is a bit lacking. Ball-winning midfielder could work, but concentration and agility are so low that I rather have him trained on a general notion. Per Stahl. 18-year-old ambitious player. So the ambitious is great. Or at least it's good, but at 18-year-old, this goes nowhere. He's been with us for 2 years and he doesn't improve. Let's have a look into the role as an inverted winger though. Where is it? Here. That's on support duty probably. No. No improvement to speak of, right? This doesn't look like he will make the cut. And he's still got contract, but we'll loan him out immediately once we can. Tobias Svensson actually has a real contract due to being a perfectionist. That's really the only reason. I can accept that we might want this guy in the club at some point. For the personality. That's it. Overall though, he also has decent crossing for our level. Acceleration, agility and pace are decent. This is fine. The passing needs improvement and the mentals need improvement. Now the mentals for a guy at this age, the mentals might improve by themselves a little bit. Simply throughout his career. It will take enormous stretches of time until it's finally there. But his technical stuff, he needs to get that up to a certain level. If we can get these to, say, 7 or 8, he might make the odd appearance in the team. Not in the first team, but from the bench. Because the opponent will be exhausted at some point and physicals will improve by themselves. He's still 17. He's got time and time on his hands. And that's really his... well, he can do something in that time and improve. Matthias Nilsson. That looks good training-wise. He improved a little bit. Overall, the stat sample though is a bit concerning. Especially the acceleration and pace. He needs more pace. Same with the strength, with the heading and aerial training is probably best here. Whilst he needs the pace too, he'll get that. Not maybe he'll always be a slow defender, but if he can't hit the ball, all the jumping reach doesn't matter. So we need that to be in place. Jonas Ekström. Oh, that's one of those. Yeah. So he's really pacey, but there's a lot of ones in this sample, and he's not a good finisher. So I don't think he'll ever make it. He doesn't like the individual training. Well, passing maybe. Passing's better, but if you look at this, he's got the flair, he's got the pace, he's got the agility and the dribbling. That's it, and nothing else will come from it. I don't believe that we can get him up to a certain standard. He's also balanced personality. I think he can leave. Let's offer him to other clubs. Maybe somebody wants him, because at that point we really want to save the wage. Frederick Allman. Well, he's fickle. That's not a bad person. Well, it's a bad personality, but it's not the worst of it. Is this bad enough that we want him to leave? Not sure. Recommendation is to put him on defensive positioning training. Yeah, that's definitely needed. I'm not sure if I want him gone, but there is no potential in him apparently. So let's offer him to clubs. Bengtsson. Yeah. I think we had a look at this guy for enough time. The thing with him is he's temperamental. So volatile, media friendly, confrontational, great. That's the one to run for the newspaper immediately. Whatever it is. But as a wingback on support duty, he checks a few boxes at the minimum level. Let's say. And given his training performances recently, well, not only recently, but also recently, obviously he declined here, but he trains well, and that might imply that he has decent personality underlying the temperament, or the temperamental. I would actually need to look this up. But he might have the possibility to have decent ambition or professionalism. So give me a second. I had this open yesterday. So he's temperamental. There it is. He is also volatile, media friendly, and confrontational. There we go. And his determination is what? 11. Okay, doesn't change anything. So, according to the Football Manager Hidden Attributes Guide, that's a crappy website that is just a calculator. Sorry, ZFN. I use that website a lot, but still, it could use a domain and maybe some SSL. Anyway, he's got ambition 1 to 20, loyalty 1 to 20, pressure 1 to 20, professionalism is between 1 and 10, so he cannot be that professional. Sportsmanship is low, temperament is low, and controversy is between 1 and 14. So we already knew about the sportsmanship and temperament because, well, that's the core of his personality. That's what dominates the first impression. But he might have decent ambition, loyalty, and I suspect that his professionalism is not 2. It's probably more 8 or 9, and his ambition might be really high. So in case the temperament improves at some point, or the sportsmanship really, he might lose that personality here, and we might see that he is a fairly ambitious player or something like that. At least that's what I would expect due to the training rating. That, or he's got really great potential, which I don't believe. So, is it worthwhile to keep him around and keep us waiting? Maybe. I mean, do we have any alternatives on that position? A lot. But I'm willing to wait and see. In this case. Simply due to the training rating. Robin Eriksson. He's a driven player with, with that determination. 6.8 rating. Doesn't look that good. What's he training for? Inverted winger, of course. On attack duty, yeah. So, with him... you could argue maybe we missed something. Inverted winger is not bad, but he's not pacey enough to be a winger. At least that's my perspective. His core position is as a shadow striker. We don't have one in our team right now. What I don't get is why didn't we try Metsola here? He's got a finishing of 7, the long shots are not great, but he should have the rest of it, right? Let's get rid of this for a second. The acceleration is not that important for Metsola compared to a winger. It's still important, but not at the absolute core. So I'd say this should do. Stamina, work rate, and balance is good already. The rest of it, yeah, sure. In midfield, he can do with better physicals, but that will come by itself. The anticipation is not great, but that's not horrible. The flair he's lacking, but that's not horrible either. And if I look at the rest of these attributes, long shots are decent to have as a Metsola, but I feel like he's not specifically lacking anything otherwise. So I'd rather have him as a Metsola than as a winger, because as a winger he's too slow. As a Metsola I feel he can maybe contribute. And if we can get his attacking movement up to a certain standard, especially the anticipation, which might be entirely possible, then he can contribute, at least to a degree. So, just that. Okay, next one. Albin Vailu, 16-year-old fickle. There's not much to tell so far. He declined. But the overall sample looks concerning. This is not good enough for the first team. He would need a major improvement. So, don't think he'll make it. I'm not sure why we signed him anyway. But he's not he's far off being 18, right? Let's keep him for a while and then look into it later on. We also can go through this on an age basis, I think. And this is probably more worthwhile. So these are all first team players, that doesn't matter much. Greg Henderson is a recent signing for the English nationality. We just needed at the club. So I'm not willing to part with him. But we might loan him out. If anybody's interested, that is. He's got a decent flexibility. Trains as an inverted winger though. Yeah, no, not. I don't know what got into me there. If I look at this, look at that acceleration. Yeah, and pace. That will not work. Never. The finishing is decent. He has some jumping reach, but he will not be a target forward in our squad. So what's the choice here? Well, if we want to use his finishing, we either keeping as a pressing forward, which he's no good at, I think. Not really. As a target forward, he won't make it either. Deep lying forward would be an idea. I would be happy to have one in the squad, but the strength is concerning. On the other hand, that's probably the best that we can do with him. So that would mean that he doesn't need a new core position, a new position on the pitch. That would be great. He could use his finishing from time to time. He could use these long shots, even though they are not part of the attribute sample for deep lying forward. But there's a few sixes in here, and especially the vision with 3 is really bad. He would need to improve that by a landslide. So, not sure if this is viable. But given his overall sample, that's probably the best that we can do. He's a more technical player, to a degree. So let's use it like that. The other alternative is Metzala, obviously. I'll just put that in for a second, so you can see it. He's got most of what's needed for Metzala, but he doesn't know how to play the position. Again, with the vision here. Now, what's better for him? I don't know. Metzala is probably better, but he needs to learn the position overall. That's not a big problem, given the amount of flexibility he has, but yeah. If we want to use him in the first team at any point, that'll be a problem. In any role, he can use the composure and decisions, so we'll go with that. Luke Collins is of a similar age. He trains well though. Yeah. So this is a really bad sample of attributes. Or not really bad, but not good enough for us. But for a box-to-box midfielder, he's got passing, off the ball movement, teamwork, work rate. He lacks the tackling. Stamina's there, and the rest of the attributes are whatever. He might get them at some point. If he doesn't, who cares? Not that interesting. He will not remain with the club though, because we will not be able to improve the training facilities. So, yeah. We shouldn't have signed him. Plain and simple. We shouldn't have signed him and made that promise. He didn't get one. Then there's Coleman, we just had that. Puget is in the U19 right now. Puget looks really good, but in the first team he didn't make it so far. He also absolutely needs to improve his training. That will not work. Then we've got a bunch of 18-year-olds. Some of these are listed for loan, nobody cares, nobody wants them, I can list them all day. That's not good enough quality-wise, so this will not happen. Yeah, let's go a bit forward. We could also do mentoring groups in the U19. That might be worthwhile to improve the personalities of some of these. On the other hand, I don't want to deduct of the problem with mentoring groups in the U19 is that the better personalities get lost, because they are still influenced because they're not old enough. So, for example, let's just... Where's mentoring? Here it is. So let's say we go with... Just because I know that we have one of these. So there's a lot of bad personalities. Here's a perfectionist. He has no influence from the group, but a lot of the group. And if I put in 2 random personalities now, oh well, influence from the group is still none. So this is viable because they are 16-year-olds probably. So maybe we should try to include groups for certain roles more. Let's say we do a group for wingbacks. Oh, I'm just trying at this point, right? He's a wingback if I'm not mistaken. He probably is too. Is there anyone else? He looks like a wingback. So now we have a highly influential player that is fairly professional, and a fickle and a balanced player that have some light influence. And all of these are wingbacks, right? Yes. Yeah, and there should be no traits. Yeah, exactly. So no traits will be given, but maybe we can increase the professionalism a little bit like that. Is there somebody else that might be worthwhile for a group? Yeah, goalkeeper. I'm not sure if we have 3 goalkeepers, but let's see. No, we have 2. So we would need a third. Yeah, and here's the problem. So Paul Coleman is not in the core social group. He's fairly pro, but he gets more influence from the group from Nilsson than the other way around. So we don't want that. That's not worthwhile. We gotta look into a hierarchy here. This is no in the U19 hierarchy, please. Maybe in social groups. That's good too. Yeah. So the Anderson guy, Ekström, and the other Anderson guy are the leaders. Balanced personality. Balanced personality. Balanced personality. This is not good. Eriksson is driven. It's not a bad personality, but well, I don't think it's that great. Central defenders Nilsson. And Gustafsson already leads the group. So Nilsson is an idea for a central defender mentoring group. Really, I don't usually do this, but this might improve it. Because if we sign the youth players for good personalities, we might as well include those that have good personalities into some mentoring groups. Nilsson. Where's the central defender with the fairly pro? Oh, it's another Nilsson. Well, okay. You can see here he's highly influential, but not for these two. For some reason. He's balanced. He's got a trait that I don't want in that group. That was Shamani, right? Oh, we gotta include him once more. I don't know about these players. I think Halilovic trains as a box to box. Okay. So he's moderately fine, but he dives into tackles. I don't want him in here. Roger Beerson. What's he trading as? Yeah, central defender. So that might be okay. That is Gladys Shabani. That's the one with brings ball out of defense that we just removed. So a setup like this is maybe better. Yes, he might lose his determination, but I don't care about the determination. I want the professionalism. And if overall he gets a bit more professional from this group, that's fine with me. That's okay. So back to the hierarchy here. Oh no, there's hierarchy. We got. Is there someone else? Well, secondary social group B. Nedveni. He dives into tackles. I don't want him to lead a group. Danielson. He's unambitious, so that's bad. I don't want him to lead anything. He's got low determination and a trait that I don't want on any player. And he's temperamental, so no use. The rest of them are players of low importance, let's say. He's ambitious, that might be worthwhile, but fairly ambitious. And Svensson as a perfectionist. Now we could go with... He likes the ball played into the feet. Okay. So this is a trait that I want on wingers maybe, or on playmakers. If we use the perfectionist, Svensson that is. So let's try to set up a winger group here. I don't think there's any viable playmaker options in the entire squad. So the first thing I want to see is if Svensson can be paired with anyone without losing his personality. Where is he? There. Because yeah, he only has light influence on the group, but no influence from the group so far. So now let's look through the squad. Is there anyone that is physically weak, that trains as a winger, and that is well, has bad personality overall? He, for example, he trains as a box-to-box. Probably not a case for here, but he's not the worst choice in case we need to get the group full. Is there this guy, Gustafsson? There's no influence from the group though. He's already 18, so that's a problem. He's too old for them. This guy Larsson is 16 though. Yeah, that looks better. He also likes the ball played into the feet. So now he can have some influence of Tobias Svensson, of the perfectionist personality. And is there somebody else at that age? Eriksson is a striker though. Let's have a look into this. So I would not want him to have the ball played into the feet. So that's why I'm not going to include that. The other thing is I do not want his shoots from distance on the other players. So, but he's got good jumping reach and good strength. We can certainly play the ball on the head for him. And his technique is not superior. So that's a bad trait for him. Let's not include him here. Who else? And for the others, that's a bit questionable. So wingbacks, I don't want that trait on them necessarily. This guy maybe, Robin Eriksson. So for him to like the ball to be played into the feet is a good idea. Jumping reach 7, strength 4. His technique is better. His first touch is decent for a youth player on our level. So that's a better idea. His name was Eriksson. Let's sort by age. Robin Eriksson, there he is. And he gets significant influence from the group apparently. I have no idea why, but it doesn't matter to me that much. Antonsson, on the other hand, well, we can retain him in here, but that's one of the features, by the way, I'm really missing in Football Manager. You cannot rename these groups. This is highly annoying. If you wanna, at this point, this is about the trait and about the perfectionist personality. So I would like to rename that group. I cannot. The group has to retain that name. I should probably name these groups 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but that's rather stupid, right? I want them to be I want the names to be what's in there. So yeah, this is wingers and playmakers, but this is also people that just don't have the strength. But I got to this result in the end. No, so that should be it for this squad, I think. Now, this will not improve the personalities by much, but every little bit helps, right? So in that sense, it's a perfectionistic approach to try to create mentoring groups, even in the U19. But they've got some years down there, and their personalities might change. Also, if you include really great personalities in the U19, you might give them some mentoring duty, and that's fine. I'm not aware of what happens if you include, for example, a very good personality that is too old to mentor or too old to play in the U19. Maybe that works too. We should try that. Just sign some player that's really crap, doesn't matter, can play in the U19. He has he doesn't expect to play in the first team anyway, and you give him some playing time in the U19 and he's there to mentor the others. That's not unheard of, I feel. In football in general, sometimes the youth squad includes a player that has been through his career or most of it. So here we will go with teamwork. I think the match preparation counts for every match in this area. And here we'll go with attacking corners, because this is what we're good at, hopefully. We'll go with development training here and hope for the best. So I didn't look into Gefle so far. Why didn't I? Well, I can always skip back to them, but they are great in every aspect of the game. They're really good. Yeah, in case you're interested in anything or want to know anything, just let me know, as always. I feel like I spend a lot of time with the youth team now, but yeah, that's me. Sometimes I dive into these things and then... Well, Frederick Orman is not interested. Oh no, nobody's interested in him. Same for Jonas Ekström, I realize. And Olberg set up 2 goals immediately out on loan. Well, okay. If this is how it goes, I'm happy with it. Sure. And Bengtsson scored a goal. Wonderful. They want Hellberg. I'm not willing to part with Hellberg though. So even though, well, he's not a first team player, but he's a bench player for us right now. I don't think he's got the quality for us, but isn't he also important from a mentoring perspective? Yeah, exactly. He's a mentor. And I'm not willing to part with him now. So most definitely not. I will not do that. Well, once they offer some serious money, maybe, but not right now. Peter Modig. There's a training report for him. He trains as a target forward for some reason. It's more of a DLF though. Well, neither, really. Let's train him as a deep lying forward. He's got the technique. And he needs some attacking movement. Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, the bravery and heading are off too, but okay. To improve bravery of 2 is probably not worthwhile. Either this increases throughout his career or he just shies away from physical duels. There's nothing we can do about it. In that sense, he will probably not make it to the first team. Same as most of the players in the youth squad. We just want to get them to a level that we can resell them. Really. We want this to be a profitable business at one point. And right now it isn't. The youth players cost a lot of money overall. I don't know how many we have. Let's have a look. How many players is this? Oh, it doesn't show me anywhere. So It's 31, if I'm not mistaken. So 31 players at €5 a week. That's a lot of money. Yeah. That's 155 out of the entire wage budget of I don't know. We've got a budget of 2.5K, but we actually use like 800 of it. So if 150 of these 800 is youth players that do not contribute anything and do not generate resale value, we've got a problem. So in that sense, we shouldn't invest in a youth team if we're not sure that they have either really good personality or have really good potential. And I think we had a youth intake at some point. No, we had a preview for the youth intake, right? Yeah. If I look at this, first of all, this makes me wonder who designed the user interface here. With the cutoff stuff here. That shouldn't be a thing. And then the youth intake is really bad. Like, nobody will make it to the first team if there's not a really good personality in there. And for the players out on loan, some of them don't perform well. But none is really concerning, right? Dobrev. Okay. So he declined. Great. He's also transfer listed. What? He didn't decline, apparently, according to the arrows. And I cannot... Yeah, that's also one of these things. I cannot do away with the transfer offer. So... Whatever, he's listed, he remains listed. Cannot do anything about it. His form though is concerning. 6-0, 6-4, 6-1, 6-2, 6-9, yeah. We should talk to him about that. As an inverted winger though, I mean, he improved his vision, work rate, technique, passing. That's not bad. At the age of 23, it's a bit late in his career, but whatever, if it works. And roll in. I think we signed this guy on a cheap contract and tried to loan him out immediately. Yeah. I don't see him getting any better. Same with Augustson. We've got a Burnson and a Bengtsson, both out on loan. Both young players that we signed at the same time. That will be very confusing going forward. Loan suggestions. Henderson. Oh, we've got loan suggestions down there. Somebody wants Dobrev. Okay. So for €0, I'll sell him for 1.5K, maybe. Do we want a friendly? Yeah, probably. I feel like he's worth some money. Let's not negotiate a friendly. I don't care about a friendly at this point. We will not arrange that many friendlies going forward. And if we do, we might as well play the U19. Who cares? This is not a big club, right? No, this is a small club. No, they put it a non-negotiable. No, I want money for him. here you go. You can have him for 1.5k, which I already told you. And if you're not willing to negotiate, well, then don't do it. But a club can play some money for him. He's not that bad. Oh, all of a sudden there's somebody offers money. Well, in that case, we'll go with 1.4. That will not end up successful, but the money they are willing to spend will increase in 50 euros intervals probably. So give me just a second. My new picture for the water has this weird thing on top that makes it sound like somebody's on the toilet while I'm putting the water back in the glass. So I don't want that on stream every time. I probably need another picture. I'm not sure if this is called a picture at this point, but you get the gist. Now they offer 400 for him. I'm willing to go down to 1.2k. That's okay. Whatever. Just give me some money for him. So they will not pay 1.2k. We'll need to negotiate something below, and I cannot go lower here. But I'd rather have big money long term than small money now. And 400 euros is barely worth it. On the other hand, he's on a really low grade contract. There's absolutely no recommendations whatsoever. And there is a scout on that assignment. I think we might have found a bug here, by the way. So we signed staff. Another scout. Not Nieberg, the other one. Him. We signed him, he doesn't have any scouting knowledge. And apparently that keeps him from doing whatever. Because he's been assigned to scouting. But he doesn't go anywhere. So he's got the attributes, but he has no knowledge anywhere. And he doesn't build that one. That might be a bug. I thought he'd build it, but it doesn't work like that. So that's a waste. And we will not be able to shorten his contract going forward. Yeah, I thought we could get a cheap scout here, but really he's cheap and useless. The Swedish Cup, there's a match between Göteborg and what level is this? I have Limham, Bunkeflo. Well, this is low grade, right? Both of them. That though, that looks interesting. We should scout that one, yes. So they play against Smetby. We might be overtaken there. Well, what's a favorable result here? Probably a draw. If they draw, they don't have that much points. We're unlucky though. Motala won. On the other hand, that means that we keep our spot, but this is really tight now. And also, it looks to be... it seems that this was a fun game with 2 red cards. You've got a cup afterwards. You've got to win this one. This is big money. Well, not this game in particular, but the game that follows could be big money. Or if it isn't, we have a chance to play the cup. And I think the cup is with some sort of mini league at one point. So yeah, having that and some performance there might be good. So I think parking the bus against Gefle will be a big problem. We're no good at it. Gefle is good at breaking it down. So in a way, I'm inclined to play our positive formation against Gefle, even though we might concede 3 or 4, but at least we can score 1 or 2, the odd goal. And then we can try to defend it afterwards. Really, that's the thought process right now. The alternative is to go with the turtle formation and just defend and hope that we don't get one. But we will probably concede 1. Also, to everyone arriving just yet, I realized that I've been streaming for a bit longer right now than usual. I just didn't want for 9:30 today, so I started at somewhere between 9 and 8, 8 and 9 a.m. I don't think I will keep it at that going forward though. I like my sleep. So 450, yeah. Well, no, but okay. We offered 1.2k. Let's go with 1.1 at this point. No installments. Get the money immediately. I still want the 25% clause and the friendly. In fact, I want a 50% clause and 1k. Let's do it like that. Maybe this is better. Westberg didn't improve much, that's not surprising. He's 24, also doesn't get any time on the pitch. They are all unhappy for some reason. He isn't anymore. That's an old report. Training is good now, so let's praise him for it. Pedro Lindgren, that's an old report. Anderson, he's unhappy with the high amount of extra training. Wow. Wow. Sir, you gotta get used to it. And then there's Jonas Ekström. Unhappy with the high amount of extra training, yeah, sure. Nils Bakken, our assistant manager, now has a better coaching license. That is good. His contract doesn't run that long though. We might want to extend that at some point. Because he's a really cheap assistant manager. This is a good idea. Doesn't have a great personality though, it's just balanced. Well, we'll keep him for now. going forward, we might extend his contract. Hi, welcome back to the stream. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's still due to the. Thank you very much. That's still due to the sneezing. Yeah. So I'm good. We're willing to go with 900 here, and about the game against Gefle, I'm not sure how to go about it. I don't think we stand a chance there. We gotta scrape a point out of the barrel somehow, but I don't trust in it. So yeah, let's go with this. Are we out for revenge against Gefle? Sure, always. I really don't care. Stuttgart. Actually. This is not where I live right now, but Stuttgart is where I was born and raised. I think we should do better than against Motala if we want to get anything out of this game. Apparently he's one of the best players, but his form hasn't been great. If I look at these physicals though, I certainly understand why. The off-the-ball movement is really good though. And the flair, this guy's dangerous. Did he ever try to manage VfB Stuttgart team? VfB Stuttgart is a hot seat. No, also, it's kinda... It's not interesting to me. I don't feel this is... How do I put it? I don't feel like it is an achievement with Stuttgart. Sure, I could try to win the league or something. That would be an achievement, yes, definitely. But I like to start in the lower reaches of the game and to develop clubs. I always start with a nobody in Football Manager every single game. with a nobody that has no idea about football, because that represents me. And then I just look what I'll do this installment of Football Manager. And sometimes I end up in England, and sometimes I end up in Ytterhogdals. Yeah, but I don't have a home team in that sense. Yes, I'm rather, let's say, I'm affiliated to a degree emotionally with Stuttgart, but I respect other clubs too for the work they do. To me, it's much more about good management than about a club. In that sense, I'm not bound to club colors or a club's heritage or something like that. It's just not who I am. And I realize that this might not go down well with the average football fan, but I don't know. So this guy is apparently available. Well, let's give him a trial. I have no idea about this. So there is always the threat of falling into the relegation zone. Yes, sure. Will Nila Forsell be decisive today? Hopefully. How's Nila's dealing with pressure? He's a fairly consistent performer, and he dreads playing big matches. So let's reduce the pressure on him. About tactical surprises. Sure, let's play the game. But I will not make big changes. It's either the one formation or the other. We'll have to wait and see what works in the game. They have rejected a trial offer. Great. What kind of club is this, by the way? Yeah, I realize you told me yesterday. So have fun with it, I guess. to me, this is I wouldn't do that. He's really good. Now, if only his heading could go up. You have come to the right place. Now do another team. Once you've gotten bankrupt, either you see it through, have fun with that, or well, you can always extend the save for a lot of time with these clubs, because they've got a big fan base. And so on. So there's some money coming in. You will always be able to play. But with financial ruin comes ruin performance-wise, right? You will not be able to afford some players, and then wage budget gets reduced, and then you go down at some point. That's always part of it. If you're not Manchester City. If you're Manchester City, there might be oil money. Let's put it that way. Yes, seriously, do it. That's a valuable lesson for life. I feel not for Football Manager exclusively. You gotta see through the consequences of your bad choices, and even though you might not realize that it's a bad choice at that time, see it through. It's really healthy. Also highly annoying, but it's healthy, because it will make you think twice going forward about splashing the cash here and there. And I don't know. I never tried. Doesn't matter to me. I don't care about Manchester City. I just want them. I just want the oil money out of the football. But well, one can dream, right? Anyway, Hellström developed really well. So I'm not a hater from Manchester City. Even if it comes across like that right now. But I don't know. It's just not appealing to me. So anyway, we need better heading on him. His focus is already on heading. What can I do? Yeah, and you see where it went. The greatness of Barcelona. Did you have a look into their financials recently? This is I'm not sure how much debt they are, but that's an aspect of it. If you're and that's one of the lessons that's really important though. So I don't want to be condescending here either, but one of the major lessons in life is if you live like you're rich and you aren't, or if you live above your means in any way, it will come back to haunt you. That or you will need to die before it comes back to haunt you. Yeah, exactly. So you might argue that they were never that great to begin with, because the greatness was on the back of money that they didn't have, and this is the worst kind. We've got an example of this in Germany too. Werder Bremen. Werder Bremen is just a small city compared to the other clubs in the Bundesliga, and Werder Bremen was in really bad shape after they made it to Europe for a certain amount of years, because they had players that were just too expensive for them. And in hindsight, you can always say, okay, they overpaid them, and they didn't have the income to make up for it. And then they needed to reconsolidate financially, and that took them like a decade. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's down to the performance as a manager of Frank Baumann. We so just to wrap that up, I think you can be very proud of the performance of someone that reconsolidates the club financially, even if the club needs to go down in second league and get back up. But from a financial point of view, it hasn't been easy for them. And there's other clubs that have bigger fan base and more money, like for example that club in Hamburg, and they didn't make it back up yet. They will at some point, but they're in a similar situation. With Borussia Mönchengladbach, I'm not sure how their current status quo is. I'm not that close to them. I can hear the washing machine. Anyway, I think, but Max Abel did a wonderful job for some years in Gladbach, that's for sure. Until he got burnout, and then half a year later, all of a sudden, now he turned up in Leipzig. So make of that what you will. I do not want to judge there. So do we go with the attacking formation here? It worked out well last time. It's not like we have much of a choice. Yes, we can go and defend, but let's go with a positive mindset. Try to control the ball, look at their tactics, try to see what works. And in defense, well, we've got two central defenders on the bench. That will not work. Who did better of these two? Wickberg, it's okay. Boltegrod Blom, it's okay too. Let's go with Boltegrod Blom. No, let's not do that. Let's go with Wickberg for the flexibility. He can, as a last-ditch effort, he can play midfield. So that's okay. We will put Moreira da Silva on the bench despite his bad morale. And Yerida Ndunge Munteba. Not bad. Yeah. It is Yedidia. Oh, okay, cool. He can go on the bench too, in case we need a left defender. Anyone else that definitely needs to be included? Let's have a look. Hellström is already on the pitch. Liljedahl is already on the pitch. Ngongo is already on the pitch. Well trained. Well trained. Muteba. Ytterhogdals is already on the pitch. So Muteba, performance-wise, is not good enough. He will need to make it from the bench at this point. If Alp has a bad game, Muteba can come on. And that will happen. Alp is not a good player. But, or he's only a decent player. At least in this iteration of the game. For us. Muteba or Alp? Hellberg trains well, but he doesn't have any potential in him, I think. At 27. Forsell does good. Muteba had a lot of playing time. That's how he got his bad form. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but sometimes it doesn't matter. Also, there's a circular relationship with that. If you play them, they get more experience points because they played. And afterwards, they have experience points to distribute, which means that their training rating will go up because they have something to distribute. So in that sense, if you keep it like that, you will always strengthen the strong ones, and you will weaken the ones that are not good enough. And it will be rare that somebody else has a good training rating. Where can we see this? Well, it's not entirely down to that though, right? There's natural progression, so some experience gets they just get some free ability points basically from time to time, especially early on in their career. And there's also the professionalism. With Müller? Yeah, Müller, I don't know how far you are into the game. Yes. But this is down to the age. Thomas Müller is a model professional, isn't he? Something like this. Despite his bad humor. But anyway, you will not like hearing that. No, see, there has been a scene at the World Cup where he tried to... was it the Champions League? When they won the Champions League, we were told the journalist... Yeah, okay. So, but the drivenness, you might have increased his determination too much. If he's got determination 19 or 20 now, it says driven, but I think he's a very professional player, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look it up in my save. Well, he has to be, really. Is it like this? No, obviously not. Okay, he's a coach. Yeah, he's a coach with me. That's the wrong one, by the way, but... I'm so used to the English game that I forgot that the umlauts exist. Okay, he's driven here too. So maybe you're right. Maybe he's always driven. Don't know. That picture. They used the worst picture they got of him. He's unemployed though. Maybe he wants to come to Sweden. Thomas, wanna come to Sweden? No. He wants to stay in Munich apparently. Well, even without a job. Good on him though. Seasonal data analysis report. Depends. What are you trying to do? Really, what are you trying to do? That's if you're trying to get your top player to even higher levels, play him every single game. But don't expect anyone to develop behind him. It will not happen. If you've got a lot of different matches and one player will not make it because he will be in the medical facilities all the time, if you play him every single game, you need to rotate, right? And in that sense, everybody will get their playing time. But that doesn't mean that it will be evenly distributed. And if you give everyone the same playing time, performances might suffer a lot. Because sometimes one player just is up for it and the other one will not make the cut. So there's no easy answers there. I don't think this can be answered really. Hellstrom. Possession midfielders. Hellstrom is not a midfielder, guys. Hellstrom is a central defender. Oh, this is relative to the midfielders in that division. Well, he frequently wins the ball and he loses it. This is not unexpected for a defender. Expected goals performance last game was great. Thank you very much. I like that. And Telander's performance, who isn't with us right now because he's in a medical basement somewhere. Or maybe not in a basement, but yeah. Nila Fossell had a lot of passing combinations last game. You might remember that we focused play down the left for some time. So this did work to a degree, but later on we focused play through the middle, and this saw Nila Fossell to be employed a lot, apparently. Even the build-up play was over Alp and Forsell most of the times, not so much through Malte Ekman apparently. Weird, but okay. And then we have some stats for Max Olsson. Yeah. Not sure what to do about him. So we will need to get something out of this game, and then we'll need to win the next one. That's a cup match. There's the Dobrev offer. We went with 900 last time. Let's go with 850. 825. Let's go with 800. I want to get rid of him. Just giving him money to make an offer. Anton Berg has picked some positive personality traits. His temper has improved and he's more determined than ever. So all of a sudden he's balanced. I think he already was previously. But yeah, he's balanced now. His determination improves. This is the goalkeepers group, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, is it? I'm mistaken in that. Yeah, we have no goalkeepers group. He got some influence from Jonas Andersson, who's a perfectionist. This is wonderful. And Ngongo is still balanced. Okay. So, let's go for the match against Gefle. They play a 4-4-2, so we will try to exploit the middle of the pitch. And I'm not sure how it went down last time. I think last time we tried to defend against them. That didn't work well. So let's not do that. Well, let's try to defend anyway, but let's not try to park the bus. Job security is stable. Okay. Stable is not great. So what can we improve? Well, results. Really, results. Yeah, evenly sharp is hard to get, right? But some have better natural fitness than the others, so they need less playing time to be sharp. They will stay match fit for prolonged periods of time. Let's say, where is he? Anderson, for example. Anderson has natural fitness 20. And he's also not susceptible to injury. Oh, he's susceptible to injury. But he has natural fitness 20. Once he's match fit, he will remain match fit for a longer time, if I'm not mistaken. Or he needs less time on the pitch. That doesn't mean that his performances or his development will be better off for the natural fitness. It just implies that his physical attributes might not decline that fast. On the other hand, in his case, he's not up to the standard of our team anyway. So, yeah. But there's other players. If you've got a player with natural fitness 1, he needs to play every single game and he will never be sharp. Not to the degree you need him to be. That will always be cumbersome on the squad. I don't feel there's an easy answer there either. Gotta do it on a man-by-man basis, I'd say. Okay, is any one of those here really good? Ishak didn't train well, so nope. Tillander is out to 1-2. Look at that. Is this just me or... No, it isn't. Tillander has been recommended as a well-developing player time and time again. And he got his decline and immediately jumped back up, whilst he was injured. At this point, he's a really pacey guy. Yes, he lacks the flair. Yes, he lacks the anticipation. But overall, this is a really well-rounded player at this point, as an inverted winger. No notable weaknesses. For his role, that is. Sure, he's got his weaknesses in defense and so on, but no notable weaknesses. And he also improved his passing. Yeah, well, it's just overall green arrows, so if we can get his passing up to a certain standard, his vision is already 8. He's 24. If we can get these up to 10 or something and keep the physicals on point, he can absolutely be the key player for this squad. Also, new contract needs to be discussed with an agent. So, yeah. That will be fun. We will have to spend some money on him going forward. But not in this game. Puget. 7.1 is better, but Ytterhogdals is... well, Ytterhogdals doesn't develop much, sadly. But he's a first team choice. We'll go with that. And Puget didn't show anything so far. Ostrom is just not good enough. He's with the squad for the mentoring group. Asarson might come back now, but he trained really bad. So not doing that. Lukas Johansson. He's adapting to the training circumstances. Boltgard Blom is not needed from a tactical point of view. Anderson is suspended and Burke is the youth player. So yeah, that's that. I would prefer to have Tillander on the bench here for Skilermo. Ishak just lacks the flexibility. So let's go with Kulovic. He scored last game. Also, maybe we can scout one of these matches. Let's have a look into the schedule. So the next match will be Karlstad, Vasalund, Sollentuna and Täby. Karlstad, Vasalund, Sollentuna and Täby. Karlstad do not play. Vasalund's play. Sollentuna and Täby. Well, there we go. So probably these two. We don't have that many scouts, so that should be enough. Now we can scout these games and hopefully get some information on the players. This is all a wash to me, I don't care. And now, so they play a 4-4-2. In a 4-4-2's weakness is these two midfielders, So that's a problem for them. Now these two are really good. They might be able to deal with whatever we bring along anyway. But we will try to go through the midfield in this match. In possession especially. And I'm not sure if I want to go for the underlap too. The underlap in all of these situations... This can go off. We need to look into this first. Their instruction is probably fine. This sits with the left wing back. Yes, this is okay. And here it sits with the right defender. This is also good. But going with the underlap might focus down the middle too much. I'm not sure if this works. Especially they are already underlapping. So I'm not sure. So I'll leave it blank for now, but I want to focus the play through the middle. I think that's the right way to go about it. And then, well, let's look at the defenders for a second. They are... Wow, this guy is pacey. Wow. Yeah, this will not be easy. He's pacey and strong. He's pacey and strong. He's pacey and strong. But he gets forward whenever possible. On the left wing and the right wing too. They are very attacking. So in that sense, passing into space might work. But I don't want to employ it from the start. Our anticipation isn't that great, is it? Well, it is a bit. He's decent. He's okay too. We might want to go with passing into the space. But hopefully we can overlap on the right wing anyway, from the middle. So one of these three can play a nice ball for Ngongo, and then we can get a cross in. That's the concept. If we can go through the middle immediately, then Korovic might score the odd goal. And Forsell has not so much flair, but his long shots are decent. I don't want to instruct him on that specifically. He's instructed to shoot less often, and that's probably fine with his long shots. Warwick, on the other hand, is not instructed to shoot more often. Why not? He's got a decent finish. He needs to shoot more often. And in midfield, I want Korovic and Forsell to man-mark these players. The opposition. These two. So Holberg is on the left. That's Korovic's job. I realize that he's much weaker, but Holberg here. And the other one, Forsell, will mark Kilgren. That's it. So now we've got a three-man well, leftover sample of players that can try to mark the strikers. Hopefully we can get a result here. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, sure. And I realized that I didn't go into detail in the position instructions, so I will need to do that immediately. But oh, the aggressive behavior didn't work well. We might want to ease the pressure on some of these players. This is better. This is better. Okay, it worked. So we can go with that. And even before kickoff, immediately, let's have a look into opposition instructions first. Is there somebody with a weak foot? Yeah, he is. For 30-year-old, that looks really decent. He's not a striker though. Oh. He can play as a striker. Lundgren. Hallberg, Kilgren, Bengtsson as a right-footed player. So we will show him to the inside. Is this good? His passing is decent. He will outrun his marker anyway. Doesn't matter what we do. We're not fast enough for that. And this one's got a weak foot too. Never trigger a press. Why never trigger a press? I do not agree with that. And he should be marked tightly. That's not a good idea, I think. If we mark him tightly, he will outrun his marker or outjump him. On the other hand, we cannot give him space, so doesn't matter. That's really dangerous. I also want to look into it. That's something I learned. Well, okay. A certain exploding birthday cake told me that I should look at the tablet more yesterday. So I probably should do that, even though I dislike the tablet user interface. Warwick. Kolovic. Ngongo with a cross. That goes nowhere. Alp, Liljedahl, Ngongo again. And this is well defended by them. But we look like we actually want to play football here. We went forward. Ngongo with the throw for Kulovic. Warwick. Well defended. Forsell, Olsson, Springfeld. Oh, look at that. Sederberg immediately has to deal with that one. That's the first chance of the game. We looked vulnerable on the counter there. Landgren with a corner. Sederberg's got it. Will he play it out of defense as instructed? I think he's instructed to go with the playmaker though. Hagedal, well done. So they close down immediately. Up front. Gorovic, Warwick. That's intended for Kulovic, but he doesn't get it. Ekman loses the ball. This cannot happen. Sederberg again. Did you see that? He just outran his marker. Yes. I'm not really sure what to do about this. We could have, maybe we could have closed down the passer in this situation. Ngongo. Landgren. Holberg. Well done, well intercepted. And that's really bad by Warwick. Oh. Kilgren, Springfeld, Bengtsson. Well done by Liljedahl. That's a corner. So the instruction to... We should probably work the ball into the box. And there's no instruction to counter. We need to counter in this kind of game, if we ever want to stand a chance. Landgren, Sederberg, Bengtsson. Another corner. Well, the first 5 seconds look good, and now we're under extended pressure. Doesn't matter that we try to do something differently. And that was just over the bar, apparently. Drinich, Olsson, Hallberg, Kilgren. The pitch is also really wide. You might have noticed that. The pitch is really wide, they got a lot of space out there. Same as we do, really. Landgren. Well defended. Holberg. Andrew. Hansemon, Holberg. Kilgren. Well done. Kulovic. Korovic. Nice pass for Forsell. Oh, what a tackle. We nearly got it. So, this is the concept, really. You can certainly see that they push up high, and in case we're out of possession, we need to, well, we already tried to trap them on the outside, so we need to defend a bit more narrowly, but in transition, the shorter passing is not a good idea. I think we should actually deal with slightly more direct passing in this situation. That will not help us control the game, but maybe we can go for the odd long ball here. Hagedal, Kulovic doesn't win it though, but they play a risky game there. Kilgren for Andrew, is that offside? Yes, it is. What are the roles though? Let's have a look once the ball's somewhere else. So this is a defensive winger, 2 fullbacks, 2 center backs, ball winning midfielder and Metzala. And target forward and pressing forward. He's probably a target forward on attack though. Well, might. So the Metzala will probably push up a lot. There, yeah, that's a responsibility of Forsell though. He goes back with it and that's fine. But in that space, where the Metzala is missing, this is Ytterhogdals space. This is the Ytterhogdals space. So Ytterhogdal is on attack duty and should push into that channel that is opened up by Kilgren, right? So in that sense, Ytterhogdal is the right go-to option on this wing, and we expect his run. Kulovic on the yellow now. Sederberg can only deflect it. He can ease off tackles going forward. And Ytterhogdal apparently is drawn away from his position. Well, that happens if you need to follow the defenders. Let's just have a look into it, but he is on an instruction to mark the defender, yes, that's right. The other way would be not to mark the defender at all, and to rather mark the midfielder. Bengtsson, Olsson, over the goal. By heart. They don't look good morale-wise there. We'll change it. We'll try to give the space to the defenders, and to restrict the space of the midfielders. Guess the midfielders look dangerous here. So let's man mark these. This will pull us a bit more back. That momentum is really horrible. No. And we shouldn't try to prevent short distribution in the high line of engagement. Yes, I read it. You always want to get control of the midfield, but we don't. So far we don't. The high press doesn't work well though. overall, this I'm not sure if I want to switch to the other tactic just yet. But 30 minutes into the game, we didn't create a single chance. We need the more direct passes. They push up a lot. We need to, well, we try to keep them away from goal. This is good. But on the other hand, they overrun us, and so far they didn't score. We want to avoid that. So in that sense, it's probably a good idea to go with a more defensive formation after this scene is through. But we already do. We already do focus the play on midfield. All of a sudden, that's over. We were lucky. Okay. Let's do it like this. Now, as a pressing forward, he will not do in this situation, because they are always instructed to tackle harder. Yeah, I get that. I get that. But through midfield, well, let's go back to this. We already tried to play through the middle. It's not like we were trying to play over the wing, right? Didn't work though, so far in the last 30 minutes. This isn't good. So we will need to employ him as a poacher or something, but I want him to work defensively. Hard to say, maybe target forward. And close down more and ease off tackles. Where it is. Well, okay, we cannot tell him to close down more. But he needs to remain on the pitch. That's one thing. We also could put Skillermo on the pitch, but it's a bit early for that. So okay, what do we want to do here? I think more direct passing is fine. Shoot on side is fine, because we don't get any chances so far. Running at the defense, not necessarily. We going for the pass is okay. Passing to space might be acceptable at this point. How's the anticipation of these guys? Anticipation here is good. It's good. Korovic has not good anticipation. He's also employed as a ball-winning midfielder here. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Whatever. He can play that for now, but and Warwick here is also a bit lacking. So overall, I don't think we should focus on that too much. And out of position, the low block is probably a bit low. But they don't know how to play a mid block. What's the problem here now? Passing style, okay. If we go with slightly more direct passing, they are more used to it, at least. And with the rolls, these two are not used to playing no-nonsense fullback, center backs. Can we use them as wingbacks on defend duty? Would that help? Yes, that helps a lot, because the role is more similar. This is good. So last but not least, it's about Korovic. Warwick just doesn't know how to play in this position, but it's not much. There's not much we can do. And Korovic wants to be a Metzala. That's just what he's good at, or what he's well, he's not really good at it, but you know, might stand a chance. Shoot more often is fine for him. Take more risks, go further forward, so on and so forth. Yeah, this is all fine. He also needs to close down more. And again, we need him to mark. That's good. Where's close down more? Here. And also they need to mark their specific midfielders. So that's Kilgren for the box-to-box. Ah. No, it's pre-instructed, okay. Not this one. Holberg, exactly. Over the wings, I'm not too sure. Probably the midfielders. But this opens up space for the fullbacks, and that might be a problem. Anyhow, I'd rather have a crossfire by one of the fullbacks and need to defend that with Hogdal and Hellstrom than have the midfielder run uncontested. So hopefully that will change it. And we gotta encourage them. They can do better. Passing style might not be direct enough though. And the problem with this formation so far has been that we closed down too late. So we might need to change that in training going forward. I already said that previously, but no matter how it looks right now, we don't press them enough in midfield. We try to with the more pressing instruction, but really we should have a midfield press there. There's no look at Bengtson. He just out dribbles the entire squad. Andrew. What can you do? Really, what can you do? He out dribbles the entire half of the squad, and then there's a cross in, and well, the defender loses the header. Here, beats two players. Short pass. Kilgren has been instructed to be. Well, oh, I cannot do that. Cool. Just jumps out of the replay. But anyway, I don't know what to do about this. What? Going with the possession in midfield. How should I do possession in midfield? In this situation. We do not have any possession in this game. So far. We're at 29% and it's not down to the formation that we just used. This is 29% possession whilst we were trying to control possession. It doesn't work. Okay. At the point now, we're trying to restrict their space in midfield, really. Now they just scored through over the wing. We did that previously. Because, well, as you realize, the Metzala pushes up. We try to exploit the space behind him, right? So we did that previously. Yeah, sure, we can do that again. But an underlap instruction always tells the player to wait for the underlap, and that might be a problem because we wanna have a more pacey attack in this situation. Sederberg with a long ball for Kulafic. Nothing. Yeah. So let's have a look into it. We try to. So nobody's on the yellow just yet. Okay. And really, this is not good enough. That's a special tour for Warwick, who didn't seem interested so far. Now he is. They are all motivated, very motivated or fired up. I don't think we should change that much there. And with substitutions, Well, we can substitute Kulovic at some point for a faster player, really. But first of all, we need to make sure that we do not.
Thanks for the follow.
And thank you for the follow. Landgren with a free kick. Banked on. Closed down well intercepted by Ekman. Goes for the long ball and that's offside. What's this? What are you doing, Korovic? Also, why is he up front? By the way, this is not how we set up the instructions for the corners. I'll have a look into this now. Well, you realize that we had 0 chances created not going defensive. Anyway, but we gave away a lot of chances. That's not true. That's not true. It tells them to focus on defending and to go with a more structured approach. The attacking players are more attacking and the defensive players are more defensive. It's not that everybody is more defensive. This is simply not true. The majority of the squad is more defensive and the attacking duties are more focused in that sense. So, yeah. Cautious, this is more about fluidity. Okay, let me look into the set piece first. So this was it a free kick or a corner? What's this? This is not how I set it up. Should be like this. Can he stay forward, please? Thank you very much. It's the same here. I have no idea why this is. This is not how I set it up. Cool. So we got this, and then with the difference between cautious and defensive, his mentality now is positive. If we go cautious, his mentality will still be positive. It doesn't change in midfield. Same for this guy. And Kulovic will probably be positive too. In a defensive formation, his mentality is probably balanced. Yes, it is. But the guys in the back here, he's very defensive in defensive mentality. If we go cautious, he will try to contribute going forward. He's still very defensive. We need another example, probably for Cell. He should be defensive right now. He's cautious. Under cautious mentality, he is cautious. And in defensive mentality, he is still cautious. So I cannot show you in this example because the player roles are just the way they are. But it's especially about the support duties. The support duties vary according to the mentality more, and the others focus more on their general duty anyway, the attack duty. But in defensive, the defensive part goes for very defensive and the attacking part goes for more attacking. But in cautious, everybody contributes to everything. The more extreme to the borders you go, the more structured it gets. And structured means that different parts of the squad do different duties. At the extreme, think of a 4-2-3-1. In a 4-2-3-1, the back six will go for basically more defensive duties, and the wingers, shadow strikers, and the striker go for the attack. And that's a really dangerous formation to encounter on a defensive duty, because you're always faced with 4 players that just run for it and don't care about defense. And this is really annoying because you're running into an open knife, basically. On the other hand, the other 6 players and the keeper will not do anything in offense. in that kind of formation and setup. So if you play that cautiously, the defensive midfielders will try to contribute going forward. They will try to do a bit of passing and stuff instead of the long balls. So you cannot. Whilst in general the mentality instructs them how to go about things, it is not so much that the attacking players will not try to attack in a defensive formation. This is even true in cautious. Not cautious. In contain. In a contained formation, a striker will still try to strike or to score a goal. And if you've got a, for example, contain and a poacher, that poacher will try to go for the goal alone, all the time. He will not contribute defensively, at all. But it's down to the diversity of the roles, I feel. Now in this game is a bad example, because in this game we are unable. Oh, it was a defensive action. Well defended, I guess. But in this game, we don't stand a chance to control anything. And you can clearly see that from match momentum and chances created. We don't create any. So we're desperately trying to... There is no better. And this is not about... This is not about what's better for in general. It depends on the squad. So say we went positive for the first 30 minutes of the game. We went positive for the first 30 minutes of the game and had a moderately increased tempo. We gave away 8 chances. But it didn't work. So we are absolutely unable to play creatively or to play a possession style football in this game. We will try at the end of the game. How is their exhaustion level right now? But they don't look exhausted either. So my thing is maybe Hansemon, but they will substitute him. Ngongo has a bad game. I don't know yet. We will need to try now with that scoreline to go for something at some point. But for now, we really just need to make it into the later stages of the game and hope for the accidental goal, maybe through a corner or something. But we don't get these either. And with 21 fouls, we don't even. We could step up more with the defensive line. Yeah, maybe we can do something like that. It's weird to step up more and along the way try to have a deeper defensive line. But maybe that pushes them up a little bit in midfield and tries to get some possession there. And with Zetterberg, if I look at these, you see that here. Now Zetterberg doesn't have great vision, if I'm not mistaken. Let me have a look. He's got vision 4. Yeah, that's part of it. So if he goes for a long ball here, we might stand a chance. We will immediately lose possession if it's well defended. But if I look at this, these are all already behind their midfield counterparts, because the midfield is overcommitted to attack. So we might stand a chance with a long ball and just go for 4 versus 4 if everybody runs for it. But Zetterberg is really bad in distributing these. But we can distribute to the target man or to the flanks here. Maybe even over opposition defense. But they are fast enough to go for that. But long kicks? Why not? I think his kicking is decent. His passing is 4 though. So this is more or less hoping for the accident. And an increase in tempo might be a good idea here, but well, they're not used to it in this formation. Maybe they... I don't know. Tactical familiarity so far is fine. If I go for an increase in tempo here to unsettle the opposition, they can play that because they are used to playing with increased tempo in the other formation. That's the thing. They learned it there. So this might work. And now he goes for a long ball. And, well, this is not down to the tactical instructions now. This is just a... No. He got annoyed or anything, or something. But long balls might be a good idea going forward. Olson, Hallberg. That's a decent cross. What can you do? Close down the defender. Oh, it's offside. Whew. Well, you can close down the wingback. Really. Is it a wingback? Yes, it is. But we cannot close down everyone on the entire pitch. The pitch is too big. And that's part of the problem here. And we actually had a chance somewhere, I don't know when. Springfield's injured. Oh, great. And now we're 25 minutes, we have 25 minutes to go. And, I mean, we need to score a goal at some point. So now at this point we need to go with a more attacking formation and need to try to score through the middle. I don't feel the underlap is viable. The work ball into box you can forget. We do not create any chances anyway. Let's shoot on side. That's no fun. This is what I like about games. I want to be challenged. I do not want to have it easy. Easy is... I don't know. Stuttgart is probably not easy either. But, so... Who's not up for the standard right now? He looks furious. He's on a 5.9 rating. That is enough to fine him. Moreira da Silva can make an appearance here. That's definitely not one I expect to change the game now, but somebody will need to. Is there anyone else that's exhausted? What is there a weak spot in there? Hansemon is a bit tired, but I will not take off our striker. And Kilgren and Hallberg are a bit tired at this point. So let's try to mark them tightly. Control midfield, as you put it. Nandgren is either-footed, and tight marking is recommended here. He's got really bad off-the-ball movement, yeah. This might be an idea. So that's okay. With the striker here, pacey again. They've got vastly superior physicals, not only for us, for also throughout the league. Melander is motivated. Ekman is anxious. I don't think Melander will do any better, but let's go with him anyway. At least he's motivated. And Hellberg is motivated. Forsell is too, though. So let's go with these two for now. I don't know if this will be any better. Liljedahl is on the yellow. No chances created so far. So at this point Liljedahl's tired. Skillermo is the natural replacement here. You can ease off tackles now. Yeah, can go in for the hard tackles now. That's it. Melander at least is motivated, right? Alp is also, he's motivated, but he's a bit tired. Muteba trained well, so we can bring him on. And well, the early crosses I'm not too sure about. Warwick is not that fast. How do they look? The left one's tired, so that's our right side where we do not have a replacement on the bench. Sure, they're getting fined. Of course. Why not? So I want to look into the game for a second. I realized that this is a bit annoying, but I want to see part of the full match here. What's going on? What's going on is that they are in control of the game so far. Melander now with the ball, and it's one back immediately. So this is down to the tempo. We need higher tempo here, and a slightly more direct passing is bullshit at this point. We need to retain possession. Oh no! I thought they were already on. Ytterhogdals with a long ball, and that's well defended here. Okay, so Kulovic is not the one to run for these. Sure, doesn't make much sense to go with long balls in this situation. Because we push up a little higher. Moreira da Silva does fine so far. Melander. Forsell. And again, here's a penetrating pass, and Kulovic is just not fast enough for this. Ytterhogdals loses the ball. Alp. Hellström. And now they pressed us too much. Sederberg, Melander. Back to Sederberg. Ytterhogdals. Moreira da Silva. There's a lot of space on the wing here. We can exploit that by going at least fairly wide. That's not too far off of what they are used to. This looks good. Melander, Kulovic. Again with Melander, nice ball for Warwick. And there's the ball for Kulovic again. Warwick, will Forsell go for the shot? Yes, he does. So there's a chance. We got that one. But it's not due to the fact that I looked at the full match in this situation. They're trying to distribute it short. We should prevent that. Landgren, Drinich, and that should be well defended by Ytterhogdals. It's routine for him to win these headers. Korovic, Melander. Melander losing the ball is a problem. That cannot happen. Landgren, Olsen, Holberg. Look how they commit forward. They push up really high. And a pacey striker at this point. Drinich is a bit tired, Andrew is a bit tired. This Murat guy is still match fit. But a pacey striker would be able to run for it in this situation. Now Skillermo can play that. And maybe Helberg can take his position. But Skillermo is moderately fast, I'd say. But that's the only idea I have left at this point. Go with him as an inverted winger. Skillermo obviously not a target forward. More of a pressing forward. And they will no longer go for the target forward in this situation. Because there is none on the pitch, and Skillermo is not one. to aim for. So now they can aim their crosses wherever they want. And this is probably part of the problem. Kulafich wasn't able to outrun the opposition. I don't think as a target forward. Well, he works as a target forward, but not in this situation. Because they were trying to get a ball to somebody that might run for it and score a goal. So maybe it's better if they cross for somebody else. Or I'm overthinking this, really. That's certainly part of it. Ytterhogdals, Moreira da Silva. And that's just bad passing overall. That's a free kick. I think this was a great tackle. Sorry. And now we face a free kick at the edge of the penalty area. Who's this? Warwick and Hellberg. Yeah, this is fine. Well deflected. Lundgren. Zetterberg was somewhat astray in the penalty area there. That didn't look good. What's this? That's not that dangerous. Zetterberg distributes it to Melander. Korovic. Warwick. Nice ball for Hellberg. And, well, he's just not pacey enough to go for this. Or he didn't try, really. I don't think early crosses are a thing here. And the fact that we get a fair share of crosses into the box, this is down to the fact that, they push up really high. So we have an easy time getting the crosses into the box. Well done by Ytterhogdals for Sell for Melander. And he tries to go with a killer ball again. Yeah, nothing comes of it though. But that's the concept, yes. Ytterhogdals wins it, Melander. Skillermo loses out on that one. Well defended. Melander, Skillermo. That's a shot. It's something. Also, we're out of substitutes, right? This is all we could do. Yeah, that's it. Melander with another corner. Hellberg. Hellström. Interesting corner setup. They get a free kick due to an offside. Why didn't he take the direct kick? Because it's on the short corner routine. For some reason. Let's go with the near post corner, and here it's already on the near post corner. Andrew. That's well defended. Can Korovic keep the ball? Skillermo. Back for Melander. He goes for the long ball now. And look at where Skillermo, not Skillermo, Hellberg is. Way out of it. Forsell runs past his marker. Nice ball for Korovic. And it's well defended though. That was good defending. Lundgren with another long ball. Olsson. Laturnus. They try to close him down. They do. But they're too slow. It doesn't work. Pressing doesn't manage to catch the man. Warwick. Forsell. That's the wrong choice. Should have gone for the other one. Korovic with a free kick. Maybe we get a penalty gifted at some point. No? Da Silva, Melander with the shot. Yeah, well, that's more shots than we had in the rest of the game. So, that's okay. But, we will not make it. Warwick. Was this... Did he really try to go for a bicycle kick here? That's the first time I see it in this installment of Football Manager, I think. Hellberg, Melander, 10 seconds to go. Forsell, back to Hellström. Nobody plays the long ball. And that's it. That's it. Didn't create that many chances. Really, we didn't stand a chance throughout the first half. That's but I'm not too... I don't think I can be disappointed in this situation. I would have wanted a point at least, but we were, as I said, they mopped the floor with us, and that's down to quality at this point. So that happens. Now they will still get fined, and we will still need to win the next match in the cup. But we had it so far. Not really. It was, in the end, it was deserved. But we ended up in 13th place, so the results for the rest of them didn't go. Yeah, Ytterhogdals lost. Smetby and Motala. Smetby and Motala already had played. They were already done. So Hammarby moved past us, but only by a point. So in that sense we were lucky. And Örebro lost too. So that's good. You got that. Well. Now, all of a sudden 4 people show up and want to ask us about our defeat, really. He scored a goal. Did he? Well, Ngongo didn't defend the cross. Yes. So in that sense, it was his mistake. Yes, but the header in the middle could also have been defended. As well as there were other players around. Their form was really bad. That's good for us. Yeah, I didn't want you to find suitable players. I wanted you to scout the opposition. So now... Great. Are they still in the scouted players section? A certain Isaac Holmstrom has been scouted. Great. Scouted players. Can we sort this by date? Apparently not. Well, anyway. Oh. Well, this is not who I would have wanted, but that also looks decent. Not as good as the Jurgi guy though. But that's an interesting one. To sign somebody off Gefle. He's balanced, knocks ball past the opponent. Yeah, okay. I don't think he needs to knock the ball past the opponent though. But overall, this is a decent player. Great flair. So why not? I feel the range is too small. Is it that? These players are probably outside of range. Our scouting range is probably not even throughout Sweden. Let's defend the referees. Not that it matters. So this is the Swedish Cup, and we can probably scout these 2 games too. Not for a hidden gem, but to build some knowledge on the players, in case we play them. And that will not end up in anything. But now, hopefully, we have some more knowledge of the players. I don't know. Not much, apparently. So either you like the way it looks, or I don't know. It might be that you misinterpret possession as a high chance to win. It plays a role in football, but possession-based football is not the only way to win football games. They offered for Dobrov. Oh. After 50 games, they want to play 140 for him. So we offered for 800, I think. Let's put this down to 1. Okay, it doesn't work. Great. Well, yes, but I also realized that possession-based football can be part of what's a reliable defensive option. Because if you've got the ball, the opponent cannot score. So if you've got the technique and the mentals for that, fine. Just play the ball around for 90 minutes, why not? That might work out well. But faced with an opposition squad, you will probably need defenders that have good passing and good composure and so on and so forth. So it goes down to the player material. If you've got central defenders that have no good passing but are strong physically, just go with hoofball. Who cares? They can thrash the ball out of the penalty area every single time, and you can have your possession in areas of the pitch where it doesn't matter. So in the end, you will face the long balls, and maybe one of the attackers runs for it. and you are not fast enough. So once you lose possession, it can be really hard not to concede on the counter. It's just there's no right answer to that. It depends on the player material. And for us, for example, we don't have good passers. So to be forced to play possession-based football is for us is somewhat dangerous. We need to make sure that they retain possession. We cannot let the central defenders play. Yeah, sure. Yeah, time-wise, yes. Or you could argue that the next pass in defense, whilst you're circling the ball around, that the next pass in this situation is part of the defensive concept. You could argue that this is the case. I'm not entirely opposed to this. Also, there's the misconception that possession football can only be paired with a high defensive line and blah blah. What you're usually used to if you look at Guardiola. That's not true. You can play defensive football, put 10 men behind the ball, and play possession football. It doesn't make much sense at first glance, but if you've got, for example, if you realize that you will get some set pieces, and if you've got a set pieces concept that works out really well, like I don't know, you've got a really good corner taker and a central defender that will score in the odd game. This can be a valid option. You do not concede overall. You retain the ball. You do not go for the long balls. You don't care about the counter either. Or you only care about it in absolutely risk-free situations where you just can't just have a striker run for it on his own. And for the remainder of the game, you wait for the set piece. Because at some point, something will fall off the wagon. That's a viable concept. It might work. And possession football might play a role in there, because you just retain possession for most of the time. It's really boring, but if boring wins matches, who cares? In the end, it's about winning, right? Not about whatever looks the best. So we will need to rotate against FOC Farstar, and I will need to eat something. So I'll go to the kitchen and microwave some of the food of yesterday and come back immediately. I'll be back in 2 to 5 minutes. And we'll do the cup match and probably the one against Karlstadt. So see you after the break. Alright. So now you can enjoy her watching me eat my food. Anyway. What will we face? Let's have a look at this. So this is a 4-4-2 balanced grid. Anything known about who's the manager here? Hello? There is no manager. This is fantastic. I have no idea who will take who we will play in that sense. So, yeah. We play a managerless opponent in the cup. Fantastic. If he makes 50 games for him, okay. I'll go with this. But I want a clause. Apparently Flaggart, well, he's no longer with the squad. What's he talking about? Flaggart, a former player of ours, thinks that Warwick should do more. And he compared him to Luca Chartley, who is not with the squad anymore. For good reason, I think. He's on a free one right now. Let's have a look. Maybe he improved a lot. I don't think so, but maybe. Great. Thanks for that feedback, Dobrev. Well, I realize. Yeah, this has been a wonderful meeting. Thank you very much. Loan stats, we had a look into this previously. I'm not sure if they came back with the same offer now, but let's try to get another 25 euros, why not? Chudley comes in for trial. Welcome back, man. Yeah, I don't think he has any potential. That's not what he's here for. And now all of a sudden we're talking about Harry Warwick. Tillander is still injured. I don't think we'll play him. So we will need to rotate probably. A lot. Oh, there's already club matches this day, on Tuesday. So they should be scouted, right? Cup matches, not club. Sylvia is within our league, Hammarby is within our league. I think they were at least in our league at some point. Yeah. Well, we cannot scout them all. Let's just scout some random matches. Okay, so the supporters want to change in formation. Yeah, that will be the day. I will change the formation mid-season without any training for it. The stout defensive style. So this is one of the games where we should be defensively solid, we should play the possession football and so on and so forth. I expect us to be able to outscore them anyway. And looking at their players, I have no idea about anyone. Okay, we got some ideas about some of those. But whilst this is dangerous, This is not up to the standard of the play, usually, for us. We should be able to dominate this through the middle of the pitch. Get these specific marks off. Now with the set pieces, I want to look into these two. There were some concerning things here. This is fine. This is also fine. In attack. Oh, these are free kicks. We had a problem with corners. Yeah, that probably got changed around due to the fact that we switched formation. So thank you, Football Manager, for not remembering what has been set piece instruction in the last formation. It just rolls the dice on these afterwards. And on the left side, I tried to take the short corner, but that really didn't work so far. On the other hand, with them it might work, so let's keep it at that. Okay. Korovic is wanted on loan. Who cares? We got a last match to deal with. So the last match wasn't good enough. And that means that we have to talk to a few of the players. He conceded one. I don't think it was his fault entirely, but he could have held it. So let's tell him. I don't know what Moncos is, but let me Google that. Oh, that's the frog. Peep the frog. Okay. Well, yeah, probably an inappropriate meme. But sure, they expect to win, so we're gonna deliver. Yeah. There was a short... Oh, no. I warned him instead of fining him. Well, he will accept the warning, but we should have gone with the fine here. So, defensively, this wasn't great. Let's tell him, hopefully he can accept it. Ytterhogdals on a 6.7. Hellström on a 6.4. Why? What did you do? It's really just about a missed header. Great. Conduct has been good though. Hopefully Hellström can get some consistency in his performances. Overall, he should be a consistent performer. Yeah, it's not too bad. Alp, 6.5 rating again last match. Now that doesn't fall off much in comparison to the rest of the squad. Then there's Ekman, who is strictly average so far. No chances created. Korovic, well, he wasn't good. Also, no chances created here, no good passing, I don't know. He was in over his head, I think. That's the way to put it. Next match might be more suitable for him. Nila Fossell tried his best, but that wasn't good enough. Okay, we've got that. Harry Warwick. How you doing, Harry? On a 6.3. Didn't create much, didn't go for goal. Ytterhogdals. It's the only one that doesn't have. Okay. Well, his training hasn't been great. His last match hasn't been great. Tackling was good, but overall the creativity was really lacking. And that's kind of unfair because I expected of the front row to contribute defensively, and they weren't any good at this either. But what can you do? Kulovic didn't score. That's it. And overall in built-up play and so on, he had a contribution. But look at this header-1 ratio. This is really bad. So I will tell him he needs to lead the line better. But they were better than he is. Overall, it's just how it is. Muteba had another one of these games. Da Silva, well, should I be concerned about this? He's still unhappy, right? But there's minor interest. Who cares? Let's get him off the loan list and off the transfer list. And he wants to be a squad player going forward. I think he's a French player. He still wants to be a squad player. And this is still too much, sorry. So we'll go there again. How was his match performance? 8 passes, 8 completed. This is not bad. Yes, I have no complaints about this performance. Vikberg did he even play? He's the one who sat on the bench. Together with Westberg. Muteba did play. If we can call it that, what he did, because he played 6 passes and that's it. In 15 minutes, that's not great. Gotta improve the creativity. Melander had 20 to 30 minutes on the pitch. Yeah. 23 plus stoppage time. Didn't create any chances. I don't feel he was that bad, but his passing could have been improved. Hilberg came on in an unfamiliar role, which means that he might have lost his training. No, he didn't. 5 out of 5 passes. That's great, but the game is... he doesn't even have a rating. It's so short. And the same goes for Skilermo, probably. He's on a 6.7 rating as a striker last game. He had 3 passes. He managed to get 3 passes to his man, so that's okay, and now we criticize him because he didn't create any chances. Cool. This is weird. So we got that. Let's go for the cup game. He apologized for his performance. Well, with a determination of 5, there's a lot of potential upside. Frostel, he improved his work rate. If that will help though. Not maybe. Boric, no comment. Ytterhogdals. Work rate improved. At least something. Kulafich, no comment. Dobrev. Yeah, okay, whatever. We'll accept that. Let's get rid of him. It's small money at this point, but on the other hand, we barely played his wages. And, played. He barely played, we barely played him, and we barely paid his wages. So, we might stand a chance there. Tillander is back in full training. That focus is really stupid, doesn't matter. And that second scout just doesn't work. No knowledge. Is there, can we look into his reports? Yeah. He didn't create a single report since he came in. And these reports are somewhere. Why? You didn't concede. It mainly depends on your situation, right? Why not? Also there's you're probably aware of it, but there is a common misconception to confuse a good result with a good decision. You might have had a perfectly fine game with a lot of chances created, and your opponent's goalkeeper just had the best day of his life. There are these games where you shoot 30 times on goal and the goalkeeper just gets them all, and the opposition didn't stand any chance. But overall it was a draw, a 0-0. Or the opposition might even get that one counter and you lose it. That doesn't mean that your decision to play like this was wrong. Just didn't work out. But sometimes you can make the correct decisions and have a good game and still a bad result. It's not the same. All you can do is influence the decisions. you cannot influence the result in the... Well, it does influence the result, but over a longer sample of games. So there's some games you cannot win. I feel like this for the last one. We didn't stand a chance in the last game. This one we need to win now. Definitely. So everybody's match fit. Everybody's sharp to a degree at least. Yeah, but in the end it's about the result. So if that approach can give you the results you need, sure. But that's a personal thing. There's nothing wrong with it. Why should it be? That's got Ytterhogdals along the way. Maybe, I don't know. Blunts probably. Carefully. Lulea and Umea are both with us. Is it about what other people enjoy, or is it about what you enjoy? Alright, Tillander is not match fit yet. Moreira da Silva. Well, don't apologize for work. I will be bound to... I will be back with work pretty soon too, so... work's more important. And welcome back, Soul Loser. How's it going? Football manager wise, not too great overall. We're trying to dig out of the relegation. Of the relegation spot. So that's certainly a thing. For the next match I will not go with specific tactical instructions. Probably these though. They do no longer... They cross for the target forward, which is fine. This is okay too. He shoots more often, this is fine. But for the next match I will not go with any instructions here. And just let them have a good time. And hopefully it works. Opposition... They don't play a 4-4-2. Of course not. They changed it. Great. So maybe we'll go over the wings after all. Yeah, sure, why not? So none of these players should be of a real threat. Oh, thank you very much. So I think it was Kumquat. Kumquat was the Swedish guy, right? I always confuse Kumquat and Mika Billion for a reason. Even though I like them both very much, and I don't know, they came around at the same time, probably due to your stream. But anyway, or your raid. But the Swedish one of the two, I think it's Kumquat, told me that we really need to use a thumbnail with a drone picture of a Norwegian stadium for a Swedish club. But that's what you get. It was no copyright infringement. It works that way. I don't know. I would have loved to use Svedjevallen. I think it's the name of the Ytterhogdals IK stadium. But IK, sorry. But what can I do? They didn't answer me, so I used something that is without license fees. Maybe I would have even paid a minor fee, like €5 or something, right? For that picture, but I cannot use their picture if I cannot license it. And they didn't answer me, so what can you do? Now the stadium is somewhere in Norway, and it's about a Swedish club. So that's the story to that, yes. And this is probably highly insensitive, but what can you do? There's snow on it and there's a football stadium on it. That's all I was looking for. And no, so yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't know. Well, the people that watch it wouldn't know either, right? So I tend to go for the same picture for the entire series, and maybe I will use other pictures going forward. But about that thumbnail, in case you're interested, I thought I'd go with a general style that might be recognizable, even though I realized that there is no follower base to speak of, especially on YouTube. It's like 4 people got it now, and one of those is probably you. So but I think I'll stick to the black on the left. I'll stick to the white font with the black shadow, and just go with another picture every time. You think so? I don't know. Really, I have no idea. And the thing with thumbnails is I mean, you helped me a bit, and my brother did. You mean the thumbnail? No, I don't think so. This is entirely different stuff. It's not out of one package. The overlays for the stream are the stadium pick. Well, for what reason though? For you mean for Let me just switch that around for a second. You thought of these, right? So yeah, sure, I could. I could do a different picture here, and just use the stadium pick, because I can do with the stadium pick whatever I want. It's license free, so I can certainly create something there. But I'm not a designer, really. So this is, yeah. Why would I do that? It works out fine so far. So let's keep it at that. There's no need to. We might get fired anyway in 2 sessions. So yeah. The other ones are. This is a standard some template stuff that you recommended to me, I think, or I've derived from a YouTube video. Yeah, right. So if we get fired in 2 matches, it's not worth the effort. Yeah. First of all, we gotta keep the job. And if we get fired here, there's 2 choices. Either we drop the save and go for the new database, which I don't care about at all, or we continue going forward. We just take the next job, and that lets us keep some of the know-how of the manager, Mr. Vrancic, I think is his name. And that lets us keep some of the scouting knowledge and so on. So that might be an idea, but I'm not bound to leave right now. Well done by Ngongo here. We gotta have a better game this game than last time. Ngongo, Kulovic, Ngongo again, Ekman. Ngongo with a cross for Forsell. Korovic. Well, that's a hopeful effort. Ngongo. Ah. That was a bad pass. Well defended so far. Not a problem. I will demand more here. There's a lot of, by the way, there's a lot of spectators, supporters here. Ytterhogdals goes for the shot. Second shot of the game, and that might even get the expected goals counter to 0.01. No, it doesn't. It does. That's exactly where it got it. Yeah. Got any recommendations, Sore Loser? Where to go? Seriously? Bergman with a header. Zetterberg got it though. They've been the better team so far. Kulovic. Hellström, a long ball. They look like they're very happy to defend though. The formation has been all over the place. So now we definitely need to look for the overlaps. Can you please defend this? Alp, Hellström. Well done. Well done. Ngongo. Maybe it's also Ngongo. I don't know. Korovic. Forsell. Kulovic. Forsell. Nice penetrating pass for Ytterhogdals. And that's a corner. Cup game. We need to win this. Korovic. There's a still on short option. Doesn't adhere to it though. The keeper dives under the ball. Ekman. Ekman. Hazan. Hellström. Kulovic. Oh. So I removed I think 30 followers a week or two ago once a bot came on and just followed for 35 times. So I got that. Otherwise the growth has slowed really. But to me it's more about the, let's say, about real followers, I'd say. So some basically the people like you yourself or Explosive Birthday Cake came around yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. We had a few nice conversations, not only about Football Manager. I like that, and that's much more worthwhile than some weird follower account that doesn't matter in the end, because these people don't show up to look the stream. They are not interested in you. So in that sense, it's a fake follow account. They just come around, follow, and then they never show up again. And there's other people like Kumquat, Make a Billion. Yeah, I don't know. People that come around on a regular basis. Also Popple. Popple has been around the stream for forever. Like it's, I don't know if weird is the correct word. I use weird a lot recently. For different things. I'd say it's just down to the personal situation of these people, and some want to come back and just follow you for the reminder basically, and then they look at it a second time and they think, well, no, I don't think so anymore, and then they're off. There's other followers that drop you a message before, and it's more about selling stuff, and that doesn't help either. These people don't watch your stream. They don't care. They want to sell something, but you don't wanna unfollow them for that reason. So in that sense, it's much more about the viewership. The follow account doesn't matter. I feel like I'm grateful for followers, and I'm happy that they follow the stream and they are interested in it. But all it means to them is they will get a notification, right? That's it. If there's somebody else they prefer, that's fine. But in that sense, they don't come and watch your stream. They're not around. And if you don't get the free average viewers, which I definitely don't have right now, what can I do? There's also like friends and family, people that are willing to watch your stream from time to time to help you out. So stuff like that. But in the end, they are not interested in the content, they are interested in the person. And the interest in the person only goes so far. They're not around, I don't know, 4 weeks in, if they're not moderately interested in the content. There's people that just look at if you're still at it, especially with friends and family. Like they look into your stream and they watch it for half an hour, and then it gets, I don't know, they might even let it run, but it's somewhere on the third screen minimized, and Twitch doesn't count those, if I'm not mistaken. It doesn't matter to Twitch. So this is not real watching. Actually, I'm not even sure if Twitch counts views on the second screen. That one could have gone in. So we're well in control of the game here, but the chances created are low grade. Let's look at this one and then we go for work ball into the box. Yeah, not a problem for Zetterberg. So we need higher quality chances. Here. Unmute doesn't count. Oh, good to know. Well, in that case, if it's muted, this is the way it's usually, for example, for a friend of mine. He's not interested in hearing me talk all day, but he's happy to watch the stream. But it doesn't count if it's muted, so well, he might make the odd comment from time to time. Will he go for a shot? Of course. Let's encourage him this time. Well, they react positively to that. Low volume is fine. Yeah, but it's not about it's not about cheating the system. At least not to me. And as I already mentioned, finally, nice one after a set piece. Assist by Korovic, and Hagedal scores it. There it is. This is what we expected of this game. We got it so far. the amount of different icons and GIFs on Twitch is really astounding. That's wonderful. Yeah, soundproofing is also a thing. My girlfriend sits one room, well, in the next room basically, and she's at work. So this is nice. Yeah. Well, but given that she's in the room next to me, soundproofing is definitely a thing. That's good to, if you have, I'm more of a cat type, or I don't know, I love all animals, right? But I've always been more of the type with cats, but I'm allergic, or I was allergic, so anyway, I think to have somebody in that sense that you love is really important, and if a dog fits that purpose, this is great. Animals can be really great. Like say, enrichment to life overall. I think that's really cool. Seriously though, independent on what it is. Some people might like birds or spiders. Who cares? But yeah, soundproofing is also something. Yeah. That's what I was going for. I was just lacking the words to phrase it. Well put. Ngongo. They try to play the ball into the box at this point. But it's really tight there. On the other hand, the opponent doesn't look like he stands a chance, or they stand a chance so far. Ngongo. Ekman. Wonderful pass for Cell, and then this happens? What did Cell think of? Seriously? Oh, he wastes it. We're lucky. Ngongo. Yeah, that goes out. So we're in front, 1 goal. I think they can frequently waste time at this point and just play it down. Kulovic. I realized that we have 45 minutes to go, but I wanted to retain possession under all circumstances. No foul. Well, interesting. So, what do you use for soundproofing? Are you going to buy some stuff and put it on the walls, or how are you gonna go about it? Kulovic. Well, that could have been better. Ytterhogdals already tired. 1/2 into the game. You play another 10 minutes and then we'll get him off. No complacency. Yeah. Foam pads, okay. So I had a look into these, and especially at the price tag. in case this stream ever earns me a cent or two, I might go for it. Yeah. In my case, I might have shown you previously. In my case, it's more about the fact that they're well. First, my voice is also rather loud, and both doors closed work somehow, and there's a sort of rack. How's it called? Anyway, there's furniture on the wall towards the room my girlfriend sits in, but we still try to put pillows up and stuff, and the pillows are still on the walls. Yes, these pillows are they're for the balcony, for the benches outside usually. So in summer they will be gone, but this room on its own, there's a certain echo to it. Once I speak. What do you use? So... He looks stressed now. He didn't play well either. Come on, man. In this game you gotta do better. I'm not entirely aware, but I think my microphone picks me up just fine, no matter the distance. It's more about the angle for me, because it's directional. But overall, I'm happy with that. I realize why this is the default for streamers. So, but I could use you can probably hear this. Well, okay, it's not that loud right now, but my table is squeaky, and this is on stream if I'm not mistaken, so that gets picked up. It would be a good idea to hang the microphone from some sort of I don't know. Is it called arm in English too? Something like this. Something that hangs here, but then I need to, I don't know, put some screws into the wall or something. Nice one. Korovic goes for the shot. Yeah. Okay. So, but the microphone of a webcam really isn't good, that's true. And work headset, well... don't spend too much money on it though. It's not worth it. I have a really old 5.1 system here, and just use a Blue Yeti. I'll show you. And that thing costs, I don't know, 130 euros or something. Back when I picked it up, it might be a bit more expensive these days. I didn't even realize that this is a sub company of Logitech. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have bought it. But anyway, it works fine as a default. Really, as a default, it's a no-brainer. You plug it in via USB. It picks you up just fine. No pop filter required. You can do some filtering. Oh, there it is. Second goal of the game. Ytterhogdals with the header. That's a rare occasion. But yeah, these are fine. And whatever you read about I don't know, this sound mixing stuff and the other hardware options or software options, that's all viable. but you don't have to commit to it to that degree. It's a good default is fine. And at least in my experience, the Blue Yeti is just fine quality-wise. I wouldn't complain hearing myself on stream for the quality of the voice. So this works. You can improve upon it once you reach, I don't know. Once you have 500,000 followers, sure, you can spend some money on it. But in this case, think about the finances too. It's a waste of money after all. But this microphone works with work calls too, by the way. I've been using this for 2.5 years with work calls. So for work I use the headset to avoid any feedback. Absolutely. But given that this is a directional microphone, I've got... let me show you. Just a sec. The speakers for my surround system are right in front of me, and I've got it on decent amount of volume. It doesn't pick it up, not at all. So once you've got a setup like this, you can also enjoy in private, like Discord, without a headset, and that's why I am without a headset all the time. I don't need it, and it's really annoying. Once you're used to having sound just on the speakers, it works just fine. But you gotta get the setup done once, and you need someone to check that it's not picked up at all. And then you can experiment a little bit. Now, if I turn it up to 100%, obviously some fragments would be picked up, but it's not required. Neither for my ears nor for you. I've got the sound here in the background of Football Manager, and it's just fine. But it didn't take me long to get there, and that's also one of the good things. Also, one of the properties of so this is nothing I use, but one of the properties of the Blue Yeti is that you can, I'll show you. You might see in the back there's a switch for the pattern that has a specific name, but the pattern in which it picks up sound, you can use it to be bidirectional or something too. So in case you want to interview somebody on the same microphone, that's entirely possible. Just put it between the two people and they can both talk into the same microphone, and it works just fine. Alright, do we need substitutions? Yes. What does the technical genius say though? Any recommendations? No big deal. I'm happy to talk about this stuff. I had a minor trip down the sound equipment. How do I put it? Tunnel. Once I was trying to look for a microphone, but it was previous to streaming. It wasn't about streaming. I really was just annoyed with the headset and the headset microphones. It annoyed the hell out of me. Yeah, I think so too. But we'll need to change Ytterhogdal. He's tired. That's a good game for Wigberg to have some match experience. And the others, it's more about the sharpness. No, but I didn't do much, right? This is the default. We're overlapping due to the opposition formation, and as long as it's defended well, doesn't matter much. Also, the wasting time works fine. You might have realized that we scored while wasting time. It's not like they don't try to score. They just retain possession more, if I'm not mistaken. So that's good. But I would need to look into details. Give me a second. Let's just... so let's bring those on that need match experience. So it's not so much about performances or the need for replacement. I want the other players to have some match experience too. And 30 minutes is enough to actually get some development out of it. Maybe. So that's okay. And now we can get them a bit sharp. That's straight red. That will fit his kit. Great one. Goodbye. So, yeah, now then they can play it down. I don't even know if this is a phrase. Yeah, we're on positive. Oh, yeah, but you can't see it, right? Yeah, we're on positive the entire time. Sure. So they try to exploit for situations in which it matters, but they will go for the obvious gaps. And given the quality of the lineup, of their lineup, we've had a lot of those. That said, this match could have been much more interesting in case they would... Oh, that's nearly an own goal. In case they would have scored the counter, then this match would have been much more interesting. But overall, we can be happy, I think. And what's this? We give away another long shot. So they had their chances, and this is Wickberg's fault in this situation. He's annoyed. Oh, he would have preferred to stay on the bench. Well, in that case, Hilberg, why are you part of the football club? You're here to play, not to sit on the bench all the time. Well done, Skilermo. Help. Hellström. I'm glad that we win this one. Hopefully. Korovic. Toyama. Ngongo. Tries to go for the cross. Boric. As you can see here, he's not at the byline though. And given that they are one man down, we might be able to optimize this a little bit. Go with fairly wide here. And stretch the pitch a little bit for more of these shots. Hassan. Long ball. Ngongo, well defended. Is this it? Can somebody win the ball back, please? Melke-Michel. Melke-Michel is a wonderful game. I'm impressed. This is fantastic. So, that's in German that would mean the Michael that milks something. I'm not sure what it is in Swedish though. Hellberg, Skilermo, Kulovic, Hellberg, Korovic. That's not the penetrating pass I was looking for, but look at how wide Alp is now. Yeah, runs wide with it. Now he's more at the byline. That's better, especially for stretching the pitch. So we might even go with very wide in this situation. I'm not sure if it's needed. Let's try. This is a game where we can experiment, right? Come on. Get at the end. Hellström, Hellberg. Warwick. Oh. And well defended by Melke-Michel. So, we get another corner. Who will take the corner? Still, no, it's Melander at this point. Melander is on the pitch. He will take the corner, and that goes nowhere. But the corner taking itself did look fine. And there's another long shot by Korovic, and we will get another corner. They substituted a bit, it doesn't matter much. At this point, we just grind them down. Warwick. Not a chance for Kulovic. I'm sure Iron Holmström would have scored one there. Melander. By the way, how do they cope with the one man down? Okay, so this is one way to do it. And as you can see, wingbacks have been exchanged. So we might as well go through the middle of the pitch. And now, with a ball-winning midfielder and a defensive midfielder, this will be highly congested, but they are really tired. So I'm not sure what to make of it. But overall, I think we can penetrate just fine here. Korovic. He found the pass, and Kulovic found the shot. But it didn't work out. Well, you can certainly see how they are trying to do it, though. There's a bit of sometimes I feel the physical side is a bit lacking, or maybe also the mental side. It's not so much about the technicals. Technically, something can go wrong, yes, something like this. But physically, he should be able to. Wow, it rattled the crossbar, if I'm not mistaken. But physically, he should be able to catch up with him. Up. Well done. Retained possession. Ngongo, will he go wide with it? Well, he might try. Melander, Ngongo again. Nice cross. Kulovic. That was a bad header. He should do better with those. Kulovic. At some point, at least. Korovic. Hellström. That might have found a target. It's a decent array of chances, though, so far. Vorik. One more. Also, our players are really tired at this point. So, what we can do is we can try to reduce the tempo a little bit. Go for slightly lower tempo. They should be used to it. And can we do something else to get the pace down? Not really, right? They already waste time frequently. So I want to retain the control of the game, obviously. He looks complacent. That's not a sign of a good personality. Will Korovic take the shot? No. He goes for the pass for Melander, who loses the ball. Come on, Melander. This is something of a theme at this point. Melander losing the ball. As a playmaker type, this is not good. Wickberg on a yellow now. Alp, Melander, Alp again with the early cross. Vorik doesn't manage to reach it. Melander. Alp will go for the early cross again, probably. No, it doesn't. What's this? Well, this is a waste. Interesting play. Ngongo, down the wing, with the cross. And another corner. No, we aren't. I'm trying to reduce the... Yeah, but at this point, we've got 13 minutes into the game. And they didn't have a real chance so far. I mean, they had this long shot previously. What we could also do is just make them come for us. Really. Because we're tired, they are tired. But on the other hand, the wingbacks still have some quality in them, and we're really better off dominating the game, I feel. Under other circumstances, I would switch to defensive at one point. But we don't have a striker that can score on the counter, so it doesn't make much sense. Kulovic is not the one to do these things, and Ishak is not on the bench. Well done here. Well done. Oh, that was close. You can see the build up there. It just didn't work out. Wickberg. Well, I don't know why he placed this ball for Skilermo though. Hilberg, Alp. That's nothing. So I will remind them to... Where is it? Focus. Nobody wants to score, apparently. Warwick, Skilermo's not the one for a header. And this is not well defended. It is though, by Hellberg. Skilermo. Hellberg, will he take the shot? Finally somebody. Now I'll tell them to focus because 2 players are complacent. And the rest is annoyed by it. Well, great. Melander. Skilermo. Skilermo. Nazov. Korovic. Lugongo again. There's enough shots now that we should score a third, really. Warwick. Oh yeah, we've got another substitute free, but I don't think we'll use it. It's not needed at this point. Korovic, Warwick. Warwick. Ngongo. Toyama. And Melander intercepts it. At least that's going well. Hellberg. Oh, deflects off the crossbar. That was close. Should have gotten a third here. Melander. Korovic. Korovic. Korovic with the pass for Warwick instead of the shot. And he wastes it. How can you believe that? This is just weird, but it's offside anyway. So that 1 yellow card, that's not good. But overall we can be happy with the match. It worked out fine. Well, 5 years ago you would have said, what did you expect? But Union Berlin is really an interesting club. Yep, it was decent. Okay, yeah. But probably the match engine doesn't account for Union Berlin really being really interesting from a mental point of view. I don't know how they get this done. Union Berlin over the last years is a story that's just noteworthy in any well. In most of the parameters, I'd say or most of the variables that are related to a football club and good management. This is really impressive. So, where can we go? Well, probably we will be in the final against Hammarby. Or against Malmö. Nah, seriously though. Where but this is one of the common duels in German football. Borussia Mönchengladbach and Bayern Munich. That's you might say this is old school rivalry to a degree. They had their time when they were competing for the top, but that might have been before my time. Yeah, so Kulovic should have scored. That's true. True, yes. even though it's in Germany, it's forbidden to call them Red Bull Leipzig. They are called Rasenballsport Leipzig. So that's grass ball sports Leipzig, basically. It's no, it's the pitch, Rasen. But whatever. The entire construct is weird. It's not that it wasn't interesting to look at how they get it up to the first league under Ralf Rangnick back then, but it was certainly fueled by a lot of money, sure. And but especially in the second league, it was really interesting. Well, let's not go there. But there was I remember back when in the second league when they were pushing for promotion. That was back at the time when SC Freiburg were relegated and needed to play a season down below, and it was a match that was drowning in snow. Like the entire pitch was wide, and it was absolutely like for the first 45 minutes it was impossible to play, and for the remaining 45 minutes it was just, I don't know, a white mess basically. But they finished the game and Freiburg won it. But it had nothing to do with football anymore between those two clubs, and yeah, I still remember that match fondly. But it didn't have much importance in the overall picture. But to see Freiburg winning against Leipzig, especially in the situation Freiburg was back then. Yeah. Even as somebody growing up in Stuttgart, you can be proud of SC Freiburg. You really can. That's a good club. They do well. And, once the day comes that Christian Streich finishes or hangs up his boots in Freiburg, that'll be a hard time for them. Sorry, it's me with the water. You can probably hear that. Should probably put it the other way around. It will take forever like this. Yeah, that's better. So, anyway, this picture is really, I don't know. With Schalke, living above your means is what happened to them. Schalke thought themselves to be everlasting Champions League material, and they paid appropriately, but they were not. This is what happened to them. And they overpaid players that didn't deserve it, and they underpaid or didn't keep players that might have built upon something. Also, really bad management. Like, not that the managers were bad, but the rotation in management. They didn't adhere to anything. They just threw the manager out all the time on Schalke. And this is not how you build up on something. The last manager on Schalke that was kept around for a long time in that period was a certain Jens Keller. And Jens Keller, in hindsight, with Schalke fans, is, or everybody in German football, is known for being average. But in Schalke's situation, this was the best coach they had for the next 10 years, maybe. Because he lasted there, despite being written off by the media repeatedly. He lasted there, he always adapted to the circumstances and made the best of what was available, without complaints. And even though he's not a publicity and media guy, in the end he was the best they had. And afterwards they just picked a few wrong managers and in the end went down. Deserved, I might add. And now they have a mountain of debt to climb. So that's Schalke. Yeah, they are far off from the days where they were the primary concern of Borussia Dortmund. These days it's not a fair duel anymore. These days it's a derby, but the rivalry is still very much present in the report. Well, to another degree though. Because with Schalke it was entirely obvious the entire time that it was on loan and that they were not up for it from a financial point of view. The Champions League money was reinvested in everything but in reducing debt. And that's really not a good idea. If you are in debt, get the club out of it. So that's one of the things that went better in Stuttgart, I feel, long term. There's a lot of critique, for example, for you might know Mario Gomez. He was sold from Stuttgart to Bayern Munich some ages ago at this point. I mean, Mario Gomez is retired now. But the millions they got for Mario Gomez, they were invested in the stadium in Stuttgart, not in the squad. Or they were invested partially in the squad, but some money from that win in the Bundesliga back then was invested in the stadium. And that stadium is still around these days. That stadium is reliable. The players aren't. Nice to hear. I think he's a good guy overall, from what I can tell from a distance. I don't know what he does these days. So he tries to improve as a Metsala. And he doesn't like the extra training. Great, Mr. Henderson, great. This already looks well. No, it looks good. Yeah. To be honest, I don't know much about Christian Vieri. Okay, former Italian footballer. Yeah. But that's been a while ago, sure. I think I know the face, but that's all of it. There's other strikers that I feel in within these reaches of the game. So there's if you compare say the level of the strikers, there's always the strikers that are just outstanding in every aspect of the game. So I don't know, Erling Haaland. You could plainly see with RB Salzburg back then that he will outperform them all, and that he's material for the Premier League at one point, for the top of the Premier League. It was entirely visible from the start. So even back with Salzburg, when he could have gotten poached by I don't know, any club, it was entirely visible that Stuttgart would not get him, or any other club in the Bundesliga other than Dortmund and Bayern Munich. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I don't know Benjamin Sesko, but these players exist, but they are really, really rare. Like if you see them, you immediately know, but everybody else does, and in that sense, you don't have a chance to sign them. It's entirely impossible. Another example of this is to a minor degree is Bellingham. Everybody knew about it, and he just needed to switch to Dortmund. Now there is no certainty in that, but we all knew that Bellingham would make it in professional football from the start. It's much more interesting with these players that are really good players overall on their level, but never made it. They never made it into the top reaches of the game. Like there's is there an example I can think of? Brugotta probably. We talked about him previously. I don't want to rely on that example too much, but Branimir Hrgotta is a really decent striker. There's not many weaknesses to this guy. At this point, he's probably retired here. He's still with Fürth though. He's 33 now, within this save. So currently he's 30. That's a good striker. He's decently fast. He's got the muscle. He's flexible. He never complained about anything. Not with Gladbach, not with anyone else. And he plays in the second league with Fürth. I wouldn't say he's a Bundesliga material per se, but he can certainly play there. He did, and he could play going forward. But he's in Fürth now, and that's it. And he's happy there, apparently. I don't know him personally. But there are these players that go unnoticed, but have a really decent career. And that's an example, to me at least. And performance-wise, well, okay, this doesn't show anything, right? But he's good for the goals. That's okay. Oh, he was in Frankfurt. I didn't even realize that he was in Frankfurt from time to time. But in Gladbach, you can clearly see he didn't make it from goals-wise. That doesn't mean it's a bad player. At that time, they had other strikers that were really, really good. And he was just fourth in line because the others were just better. In other circumstances, he might have been the striker we're talking about these days. It was with Favre back then. That's just an example I can think of. Sometimes it's the circumstances, but it's not so much. It's not so much about the player being totally incapable. Just he didn't have enough time on the pitch, or I don't know, wasn't suited to the system or something like that. But overall, these can still be really good players. And I don't want to talk Rogota too strong. It's just the first example that I could think of because we looked into it previously. What's Kalajdzic doing, by the way? I will not be able to write this. He's with Bournemouth here. Was with the Wolves, then Brentford, and Bournemouth. Well, great. He's 29 now. How's his injury history? Yeah, I thought so. So you might know that story if you're looking at Premier League. He came to Stuttgart, ruptured his hamstring, and was out for a year. Is it a hamstring in the knee? I'm not sure. It was his knee was fucked anyway. Yeah, he's at Wolves now. Yes, in Stuttgart, they got promoted without him, even though they thought to be promoted with him from second league to first league. And then afterwards, he played first league in Stuttgart, and he went through the roof, goal scoring wise, and everybody could see it from the start. He was never on the level of Haaland, but he was always an intelligent player, always an intelligent person overall, and always somebody that had not only the look for the goal, but also especially for other players. So in that sense, he's more of a false striker, even though he can score due to his size. But to say this player is only tall and can score the headers is vastly underrating him. He's got wonderful technique, and he's got an eye for the other players. And the problem is, due to his size, I feel he's prone to injury with the fast turning and so on. He can do these things, but it's hard on his body, I guess. That's just a hearsay, though, at best. I don't know. But in the end, this is a player that I really respect for his performances. And this is not on the level of Lewandowski or something like this. Nikola Tsigic? No, I don't think so. No, I don't. But the thing is, I cannot follow football everywhere, right? That's a problem. Yeah, I looked it up right now. But there are these players that are really, yeah, I saw. There are these players that get reduced to one aspect of their game, but they are good in other circumstances too, and they never make it due to certain influences, be it injury or I don't know, being at the wrong spot at the wrong time, being with a coach that doesn't trust them, whatever. It can be anything. There's also a load of examples of players that are not professional enough, but or don't train hard enough or whatever. Nutrition is always a thing. Yeah, sure, they can take all the points. We gotta win this. Again with Alvers. Yes, this is a decent player, he's hard to stop. The reason is we are too weak. Are you happy with that? Easier? I don't know. I do not have an opinion on that. He's with Smetby, let him be fired. I don't care. But that's what's interesting to lower league management to me too. It's not so much about the finance only, but you gotta deal with imperfect stuff. If you've got Lewandowski up front, nobody cares how you play. He can do. So in that sense, I find it kind of boring to play with the perfect players. It's much more interesting to me to include players that have deficits, and you are forced to do that in lower league management. On the other hand, that means that I rarely play with top player material, and I rarely see that level of play in Football Manager. So I might have my deficits there. Most likely. It's not about might have. I will have my deficits there. So, next match is against Karlstadt. This is always a tricky one, but that's not a problem. We play Avasalunds afterwards, which is also a tricky one. So, given that I do not want to piss my pants just yet, I'm going for a bathroom break and we'll be back in a second to play Karlstadt. Alright. Hello world! Let's go for the match against Karlstadt. This will be a harder one. What's expected of us? We have no idea. Probably a win. Cool. Also, Dobrev is on his way out. Fantastic. We had that coming for, I don't know, 5 years. Let's have a look. Just for funsies. So he spent only one. He spent most of his career with us? Really? So we paid him. That cannot be. Well, we paid him €6 a week, so it's not much of a bummer. That's €300 a year, and we paid him for 2 years, more or less. Yeah, so we spent 1.2k on him, and now, well, part of it was covered by the loan. So now we get €800 for him. That's that goes down to nothing. That's a wash. So yeah, much about nothing. Ooh, look at that. We got Helsingborg in the cup, which is a professional club in the Swedish Premier Division. This is the second league. I think, no, Premier Division is the first. Premier Division is the first. We get to play a Premier Division club. Fantastic. And that means money, 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 as it means. They we get 32 in additional income because it's the money's shared equally. So 32k plus the 16.5k. This is big monies for us. This is as close to a training center as we get. So yeah, I will sell the home advantage. And then we will probably go for the turtling. No, I want to edit training. Where is it? Look at that. There's a spot here on Saturday. Can't we just... Wonderful. Thank you very much. This is how I want to go about it. Fantastic. So now we can travel and we can train on Saturday. This is what I want to see. Okay, so this will be a hard one, and really nobody expects us to win. But anyway, we will try defensive shape and teamwork, because that might help. Here we go with match preparation against the Vasalons, and we should really clear the schedule at this point, or change it. Let's change the schedule. Oh, mouse started acting up again. Match preparation will be something like... not this. But we are going for attacking corners most of the time, I think. Even though it wasn't very fruitful so far. So let's save this. And now we can always have the attacking corners and a defensive shape. That's mostly available here. The second session is more about teamwork and attacking movement. This is the bonus, basically. These two are mandatory for us. Yeah, that was the wrong one. That's the right one. So, yeah, the overall training here, I can deal with that. That's fine. And now we can go with match preparation training everywhere, because we need to hold the league, and who cares about player development if you don't hold the league? So once we have that goal in the back pocket, then we can look at other things. Fantastic. And there might be another match here, but usually there isn't. Cool. So, We won the last match. The players are not in perfect morale. How does finance look though? The financial results, well, there's already 16k because we just sold the home, right? It should be... It's in order, sure. Why not? Sure, it's in order. But overall we are at 36k now, and another 30 something will come in. Plus whatever we had in general attendance, so yeah, it will be 30 something anyway. That might give us monies that we never had. Really. And at this point, so we're not willing to go with the training center. Do we want to go for the long trip? Let's do this, right? Let's go for the really long one. We will try to talk the chairman into improving youth. Well, first into improving the training facilities, which he will not accept, and then we will try to increase the junior coaching budget. Or is it? No, we will try to improve the youth recruitment. That's it. I want to have better youth players come through. Can we make a third request? Probably a senior affiliate. They are disappointed here, but they are happy with our performance in the cup. So the cup, yeah, this is both required though. Now with the new money though. First of all, Mr. Hellstrom, this is wonderful, thank you very much. Mr. Muteba, this is wonderful too. He can play from the start this game. Alp didn't have a great game in the last one. And Ngongo, well, finally. Some development at least. I would be perfectly happy with him losing some of the physicals. Seriously. I realize that these are wonderful, but half a point less here and a few more points there would probably suit him anyway. Okay, so Muteba had a wonderful weekend training, so he can have another appearance here. The rest of them, Warwick is exhausted, so he can go off. And Talander needs to play. Doesn't matter that he's back from injury, he needs to play. There's nobody else available. Medical report says be cautious with it. Well, okay. He will play 90 minutes. That's cautious enough. I think. Good. Good. There might be a few other changes depending on if they're, well, Hellstrom, for example. He needs to go off. And as a left-footed option, we will play with Boltegord Blom, even though he's entirely unsharp. And also slow. But what can you do? He trained well though, so he's got every right to be in the squad at some point. Same with Hagedal and Wickberg here. Ngongo da Silva, oh, I don't know. Do I really want to do that? But Moreira da Silva is still in very good morale for some reason. So why not? Let's play him together with Tillander. No, there's a lot of there's not much sharpness there. So that's a problem. Ekman finally did a bit better last game, but not really. Melander, on the other hand, does not want to come for him or his position in the squad so far. I'm not sure. Hilberg and Forsell, that's not a debate usually. Forsell improved his finishing. It's 8 now. Wow, that's something. Yeah, I put it. Okay, this is the same apparently. That's good. It's good. Now, dribbling is his major weakness at this point. So, let's go with dribbling. Because composure and decisions might have improved. So, it'll be ball control going forward. Why not? And for Korovic, we don't really have a replacement. We loaned the replacement out. And I don't think defensive positioning is the right way to go about it for him. In the last game though, he had a decent game. He had an assist. I'm happy with that. And passing is good though too. Yeah, let's go with the number and quality of chances created though. Wonderful. He had a good game. Well, overall this doesn't look good, but he had a single good game. This is great. Maybe it gives him some confidence going forward. Kulovic didn't... Do I want to play Kulovic as a striker this time? Don't know. Probably Ishak needs some time on the pitch too at this point. Target forward is not what he's training for, but that's not a problem. He's probably still capable of playing that. And the others, Lilydal on the left, there are replacements for that. So Skillermo is around. Is he happy with his playing time, by the way? He's concerned with the amount. Yeah, okay. And how about Puget? He's delighted with the playing time he has gotten so far. Yeah, well, I'm not delighted with your performances. But your training has improved. And you are capable to play there. So let's give him some time on the pitch. Because I don't want to risk injury on Lilydal. The two in the midfield, I can deal with that. Ekman and Melander we can change and just change it back in case it's needed. So that should be enough of a rotation here to be viable. Also Anderson, how did you play? Train. Not well. Okay. Is there something we faced that we should be aware of? So this means we will need to go over the wings. That's okay for us. These are fast and dangerous overall. Oh yeah, all of them. He needs to be marked tightly, but none of our players is able to do that. And there's Lundberg here. So if we go for a deeper position, they will find the perfect pass. And there will be a decent cross on the head of this guy. Maybe not on his head, but he will overrun us. So we'll go with the positive formation anyway, and try to control the game once more. It might work out, it might not. Also, I think for the defensive formation we need to learn the mid-press at some point. Because the press from deeper positions, it doesn't work for us. Just doesn't work for us. That'll be a hard game now. Karlstadt is always a hard game. At least in my experience. And Vasalunds too. So I'm already prepared for 3 losses here mentally. But we need to get some points out of these games. Under any and all circumstances. Also, I forgot about the transfer window. I wanted to look if we have any knowledge of somebody that can be a viable addition to the squad. Probably especially in the Salah position. At this point. So maybe Oliver Swan wants to come back. I don't know. But that would be an idea. Something like that. Or on the other hand, we could also have Turngren back with us, but I feel they are both probably very happy where they are. But let's have a look. So Dobrev goes out the door. Goodbye. We will get 600 for him, and if he ever makes 50 games, we get another 170. Great. They expect a draw, apparently. Well, that's something interesting. Okay, so let's look. So is it like this or without an H? No. There he is. So 17 appearances, 3 assists, that's not much. Yeah, I can deal with that. As a Metzala, he was perfectly fine for us. Especially if it contains a sensible future fee. A sensible future fee. He is not interested in a loan move. So I think we've got a clause on this guy. What's Huddinge IF, by the way? Oh, he went 1 league down, yeah. So, he's got a decent amount of ambition. Maybe we can get him back at this point. Oh, that's also agreeing to a friendly though. So, no. I feel like they should contribute to the wages though. Definitely. I want that money. So, no, seriously, let's try something like this. Maybe they agree to it for some reasons. And I will do the same with Iron Ore Holmström, really. But he's on a... Great. Is it like this? Oh, it's Isaac, not Iron. But I would be willing to take him back. He's a fringe player for them. Maybe we can loan him back. Isaac Holmström. Yeah, they would need a wage contribution. No way. Let's give him some absolutely impossible offers. And where's Turngren? I will never be able to write that name though. So no, this is transfer history, and it's out. Simon Turngren. It's not that hard of a name in the end, but I would love to have this guy back with the club. But why not? Oh. Yeah, now we made an inquiry. Sorry. Now they will want 150k for him. Doesn't matter though, we're very happy to offer 0. Sometimes the stuff works. It's small money for them after all. And especially in the case of Oliver Swan, he moved to a lower league club. So he might feel that he wants to go back to Ytterhogdals after all. Might. I don't think so. It's too close time-wise, but he might. Also, transfer window's still open, so is there any business to be had here? Anyone with really good ability right now? No, not what we know of. A ball-winning midfielder here, who can be Metsala to a degree. Not really though, no. Goalkeepers. A pressing forward. And Victor Strun. I don't think so. The rest of them are really bad. Or absolutely unknown to us. Sure, great. So there's a lot of players that might be interested in a transfer, but we have no idea how good or bad they are. Really, we just need a Metsala though. Rest of the squad should do. Yes, I realize a better striker would be great, but we cannot. Well, we can't pay it at this point. But is there anyone capable of playing Metsala here? This 20-year-old would be... I don't think so. This is not good enough. He might be interesting going forward, but for now, no. Emil Ivarsson. He plays 1-2s. Yeah, he's got the passing and was lacking the mental side. That's why we didn't sign him for that trade. And then there's Mustafa Ismail, who tries tricks and, well... I don't see him playing Metsala anytime soon. I really have no idea what this guy is. Probably more of a box-to-box. But... he was released with Godne, and I don't know, he's 23, but with another personality maybe. See, yeah, he's an international too. He's an international for some reason. 22 caps. Wow. But I don't think this is a good signing for the future, really. Yes, he gets the international experience, but that's about it. And the games aren't worthwhile. Can we reduce that by 1 point? Well, the Norman. That's definitely the wrong trades for a Metsala. Comes deep to get ball is not good. The long range passes I would be willing to deal with, but comes deep to get ball is not appropriate for Metsala. Also, this is not better than Korovic. Ismail, we just had a look at. Masi Karimi. He's a ball-winning midfielder, apparently. But even as a ball-winning midfielder, I wouldn't want to have him. No. And then there's a 31-year-old here, who doesn't look like he's up to the standard of the squad. And Baza Ahmad here. Basam Hamad, sorry. He's no. I mean, as a ball-winning midfielder, maybe. But also as a ball-winning midfielder, not enough positioning. Anticipation is bad. He's 30. He's got a trait that I do not want to have on a midfielder anyway, or anyone. So, no, definitely not. Next one, let's look for a striker. I want a target for... Well, let's go with complete forward and support for a second. Nobody will be available. Somebody will be available. So Victor Stron is the next thing we have to this. And Irvine here. These are both not what I expect though. He's 28. He fits the description of a target forward to a degree. But I don't think he's not better than Kulafich or Ishak. Ishak it is. I'll compare him to Kulafich. Yeah. So he's got better vision and better technique, but Kulafich overall is the better player, I think. And in that sense, it's not worthwhile signing him. There are two other players here. Eric Robertson is a former striker of ours. You can clearly see why we got rid of him. It's not that he's really bad, but at this level, at this point, he's not good enough. And then there's Benjamin Falk. Yeah, no, I don't think so. So neither as a target forward nor as a deep lying forward or something he would do. Doesn't work for us. So the best thing we can have is probably Victor Strun. He could do complete forward on support duty on 2 stars. How's that? I mean, great, why not? So let's compare him to Kulafich. Because I don't trust my scouts, or also to Ishak. So in comparison to Ishak, he's slower, he's less of a physical player, he's got better vision though. But overall, this doesn't look like he's able to compete with Ishak. And if we compare him to Kulafich, Kulafich is the better striker overall, but he's got the pace at least and the vision. He's more of a pacey guy, really. Yeah, these would need to improve. Hey, Kumquat, welcome back. I'm trying to find additions to the squad right now. We've got a really dangerous game on hand, but it's not about the next game. It's about spending some of the money that we just got for the cup draw. So I'm willing to splash some of the cash, but the problem is there's nobody available that wants to come for us that we know of. And it's also really hard to find anyone that's any good. You know, they don't want to come for the club in case we get relegated. So they don't want to join. Yeah, that's it. How have you been doing? Anything new? 28-year-old. A 28-year-old central defender that is more of an all-rounder in defense. 150 euros per week. I don't know. Zekovic. I mean, he has a nice name, but that's about it. We might as well stick to Vic Berg at this point. Leif Ljungberg. Well, no, strength of 6, definitely not. So, that's not a thing. The weakest position really is in midfield. Is there a defensive midfielder, maybe? I mean, we can be creative there. Is there somebody in defensive midfield that's worthwhile? Let's pick attributes for register though. If we go down to 4, we find somebody. That might explain a lot. So no, definitely not. We will not do that, and we will go into the match. And hope for the best, really. So, what's next on the schedule? Vasalunds, Helsingborg, and Sollentuna. So Helsingborgs we do not have to scout. But Vasalunds, Sollentuna, and Tabby it is. Tabby plays Sollentuna anyway, and then here's Vasalunds. That should do it. Maybe we can find something here. A weakness or I don't know. So against these they play with 2 Metzalas. That's a very aggressive setup. If we overlap on the wings, that should it could result in them being hanging in the air. So let's try to overlap on the wings. Work the ball into the box patiently. Well, with a moderate degree of patience. And do they distribute short? We don't know, right? We can try to prevent short distribution though. Yeah, let's have a look into the game and then opposition instructions maybe. So he's always dangerous. He needs to be closed down and shown on his weaker foot. He's a bit tired though, so maybe that's a good thing for us. All of these are, yeah, sure. Tight marking is needed here for Haley heals, but we have nobody capable of dealing with him really. That doesn't work. Ljungberg shoots from distance with long shots of 11. It's also dangerous. He's able to outrun his marker too. We'll try it anyway. I think last time we marked him tightly and then Linus Dahl played a perfect pass. So I don't know how to deal with this. Tight marking for all of them is just impossible at one point. Eriksson needs to be shown to the weaker foot. And Lind. Yeah. This is a very aggressive squad. Now, if only we had a defensive formation that worked. Yeah, sure. I would be nervous too. So in that sense, we should probably ease the pressure here. I think the remaining media, well, the supporters as well as the chairman, the board, but the board is just the chairman, expect us to draw this match. I have no idea how we are going to draw this match, but we rotated heavily, so maybe the new players can do something. They didn't. Not that I'm aware anyway. So let's hope for the best. And Wickberg's also new on the pitch. Ytterhogdals is on the bench. He was already tired. He wouldn't have made the 90 minutes anyway. Wickberg, on the other hand, needs the match experience, and well, same goes for Boltegård Blom. Alvarez. That's the first free kick of the game, and it's an interesting choice. Alvarez runs wide with the ball. Nestrom. Alvarez again. Nilsson. And it's cleared by Puget. That was really close. Still with two Metzalas? We don't know just yet. Ottoson. That's an easy one to defend for Boldigot Blom, and now Muteba's got the ball. Can he play a killer ball here? He tries, but Puga is too slow, apparently. Nice throw for Ishak. That ends in the penalty area, but nobody's there. And now Eriksson on the other wing. Will he try to initiate a counter? Tillander wins the ball, loses it immediately. Nilsson. That's not bad defending by our squad at this point. Overall, this looks decent. Boldigot Blom, Melander, Muteba, Puget, cuts inside. Looks like a charm so far. And now he only has to find a pass for Moreira da Silva, who keeps it in play. Melander again. That's a nice ball, but Korovic is not the fastest guy. He does manage to... Oh no! Did you see that? Look at that. It clearly was no offside with Ishak. Okay, sure, Ishak's finishing is 5, but he would have been able to tap that one in. How can you not play that pass? That's no big deal for Sederberg. Muteba. Throw for Boldigot Blom. Patient passing for Forsell. That's not so patient for Tillander. Not sure why he went with that. They are clearly instructed to retain possession, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. They should retain possession. But he just went with the long ball here. I don't know why, really. With Forsell... Yeah, take fewer risks is probably a good idea here. Well intercepted, Lind, and that goes wide. Let's have a look at Korovic too. He takes more risks anyway. He's the one with the flare though, is he? Where is it? Great. Can I please have a normal user interface? So, Forsell has 6 points of flare. He has 11, yeah. So Forsell should take less risks, really. That's okay. We gotta add that to the overall instructions that we go for in every game. The box-to-box midfielder is not the one to take the risks. He's the one to retain possession and play the... Oh, that was a hard one. Sederberg reacted really late. But hopefully we can get more out of our possession then. Nürnberg, Ishak. Will somebody close him down, please? Eriksson, Rapp, Dahl. Not a penalty. We got it. We got it. At least for now. Nestrom, Rapp. That might end up with Lundberg, but Moreira da Silva is faster. Moreira da Silva for Ishak, who finds Forsell. Possession pass towards Poguet. Forsell again. Ishak. Possession pass towards Korovic. And that's for Moreira da Silva, who's down the wing. Oh, wins the ball back with the cross. And that's nothing. It's even offside. One thing that I notice here is that Moreira da Silva can find some space on the wing. And I think in position we can be a bit wider here. Maybe that helps. Puget clears the ball. Lind, then Otterson, Lind again. Puget doesn't work well. Well, he tracked back, so I'm not too concerned. Nestrom, Dahl, Rapp, Eriksson, Alvers. Rapp, Eriksson, Helichius. Lind, Ljungberg, and there's a long shot. Well, as long as the long shots have this quality, I'm not too concerned, but overall, hopefully they will do better at some point. Ishak doesn't stand much chance so far up front. There's also not much of a build-up play. They really let us run. We probably shouldn't try to close down the central defenders. They look like they are, let's see, how technically gifted are their central defenders? That's a Rupp. Passing 7. Vision 8. The problem is these guys might be able to play, yeah, special, well, that's the left defender, okay. Still. These guys are perfectly capable to play a killer ball from time to time. So in fact they need to be closed down. And that's a problem. With, well, something like this, but this was the left defender this time. And Sederberg got it anyway. But overall, the central defenders look dangerous from a passing perspective. They are capable of playing a decent long pass, and us pushing up a little bit more makes it vulnerable to this kind of act. Telander, that should add up with Korovic. Melander, well played for Telander. Wickberg, Moreira da Silva, Melander again. Doesn't lose the ball though. Boldegard Blom, that's not offside. But in midfield they just lose it. Nilsson, Helichius. Will we get the ball? No, we don't. Muteba, Puget. Puget with a nice cross. Telander? Telander for Korovic. Korovic, will he find the pass this time? No, he finds the corner. He tried to go for a pass, at least. But anyway, here's the corner. Telander with a corner. Not a problem for them. We get another one though. Telander. Nastrom. Dahl. Eriksson. Well won that ball. Ishak now. Can he retain possession? Or is he going for a one-man show? Apparently it's the one-man show. Ishak. Ishak. What the actual fuck? Seriously. This guy didn't score the entire season more or less. He's got finishing 5. And if you look at that goal, this is basically what you expect of a striker to be solo. Wow. On his own. This needs. I cannot believe it. There's no words to describe this. Grab one goal. Ishak scored one on his own on the counter. And apparently he doesn't need tactical instructions. He doesn't need anyone. He can just do that on his own. Assist by Korovic, by the way. Not that it matters. That goal was entirely Ishak. All of it. Wow. I mean, what do you make of such a goal, right? There's no tactical instruction and nothing that comes down to this stuff. Forsell, Puget loses the ball. Lind with a long ball, that should be routine for Boldegard Blom. Forsell wins the ball in midfield. Finally, somebody. Boldigrad Blom with another long ball for Ishak. That's not a good idea, but this should be easy to defend. Oh no! Boldigrad Blom with the error in defense. There's not a bad finish, and we can't even avoid the corner. Can we avoid the additional pressure? Tillander, yeah, there it goes. So, there's not much to do but to praise these two. Hopefully, this is good. Korovic with the assist. For some reason. I mean, it counts. Who cares? Alvarez might get that pass. Boldigrad Blom is a decent header though. Ishak, Tillander. Can we score a second? Puget. Melander. Melander for Da Silva. That's an open space for Korovic. Korovic. Will he cut back? No. He tries for a cross here, for a low one. And we get another corner. Now he's complacent. Oh, seriously. Tillander. Close one. Close one. I think it was Wickberg, I'm not sure. Clipped the crossbar. They definitely had more chances and the better ones. This is entirely unfair. But who cares? With such a run and such a goal, you just have to applaud. Seriously. I just hope it wins us the game. Dahl, Rupp, Nestrom, Odoson, Ljungberg. Can Forsell, can you please tackle that guy? In case you have the opportunity. Lind, Nestrom. This will result in some passing at in a long ball. No, it will not. Ishak. Another one-man show. Will it be? No, it's not. Pass for Tillander. That pass was bad. Nice cross. Ishak doesn't manage to get the header done though. Korovic, Tillander. He makes it 2. Second goal of the game. I don't know how he did that. Didn't win the first header. They didn't defend as well. Tillander with another. He really just got his head to the end of the deflection. I don't know. This stuff. Did you see the first one, Sir Loser? Seriously? How can that happen? The second one, this was more of a chaotic event. But the first one... Wow. So, there's a long ball. Nilsson and Mariah da Silva defends it well, but it was offside. Anyway, let's praise this squad. The result is entirely down to Ishak at this point. I didn't expect anything like this. But, apparently he wanted to. That's a good ball for Alvarez, sadly. Nice ball for Nilsson too. Yeah, he goes for the shot though. So, was it Boldigrad Blom? Back there, yeah. Wickberg was out of position. But Boldigrad Blom managed to clear it. Good performance so far. Ljungberg. That's one for Sederberg. Good. Good. That looks great. We're in front. I'm not sure if I can say that this is deserved, but well, who cares? Also, Puget's performance is not good enough, so we will tell him. Nila Forsell should do better, and well, that's with a lot of the players. let's see if they can do better. Tillander with the immediate comeback with an assist. And Ishak with 2 goals. I cannot believe it. Well intercepted, this time by Melander. Ishak loses that one. Nilsson, no, that's a dangerous ball for Alvos. He's always capable to do just that. There's the cross. Nilsson. Really, here's Alvos again. Eriksson. Shot from distance. In that sense, the shots from distance are good. Because while they get them, at least they are not high quality chances. Sure, they are always capable to score one from distance. That should be offside though. Yeah, it is. So let's have a look at their lineup there. Eriksson is the one. And Helichus and Eriksson are the one that are really tired. So we should go over the right at this point. And focus play down the right maybe. In midfield, midfield is very congested. So let's focus play down the right. Hopefully we can run them, well, grind them to the bone basically. Because they would need to do a lot of work. On their left is on our right side, yes. Yeah. Sure, it's correct. Ljungberg with the corner. That doesn't look dangerous so far. This is dangerous though. Not a problem for Zetterberg. We were lucky. It's really, really lucky at this point. Even though expected goals say that we were better, but yeah. Korovic, nice free kick. Vikberg doesn't manage to get it back into the penalty area. Melander, he should have a decent pass. Moreira da Silva. Buldegrod Blum, well, he just tries to clear the ball. Finds Tillander though, but that's offside. Ishak. Oh. Ottoson. Boah, he's fast. He's fast, he's got the cross. There's the header in the middle, but again we're lucky with Zetterberg. Eriksson, Alvarez. Did they make substitutes at this point? No, they didn't substitute anyone. So what can we do to make things worse for them? They are really exhausted. Is there anyone on the bench? Let's wait for the end of this scene. This should be offside, it isn't though. Maybe I was wrong there. Eriksson, Dahl. Not a long ball for Alvarez. Moreira da Silva doesn't look good here. Even though Alvarez is very tired, he's much faster. Rupp. Long ball. Moreira da Silva misses the header and Melander clears it into touch. So we face a corner. Let's see how the corner goes down. Ljungberg. Buldegrod Blom. Routine clearance so far. And that's well done by Moteba. Okay. That shouldn't result in another scene, right? No, that's it. Fine. What can we do? So there's some players on the pitch that have a decent game. There's players on the pitch that have a decent game, but are really... they are done. Malte Ekman, though, is a decent Metsala, if we want him to. He doesn't have the pace and stuff, but he can be dangerous going forward. Did they have specific instructions to mark anyone? No. But let's give him the target forward crossing anyway. And shoot more often. Take more risks is fine. He should have flair. Malte Ekman. Yeah, 10 points. That's okay. And as a Metsala... yeah, well, he doesn't have the acceleration or the stamina. But that doesn't matter much to me. He would be capable to play the killer ball. at this point. And for the set pieces, Melander is still on the pitch and probably will make it to the end of the game. Wickberg doesn't have a good game. Is Hagedal much better? I don't know. But we gotta strengthen defense somehow. So Hagedal is in perfect morale. Hopefully he can make a contribution. And then if we look at the opposition, they are really, really tired. Right defender, central defender, all of them, basically. So if all of them are really tired, we should try to exploit that. And that means that, well, Pugagan can come off, or Tillander can come off. So Puga is more in form, well, not in form. Puga is not in form so far. He doesn't do much. Even though he's got some endurance left, I think it's better to bring Skillermo for Puga on. And then there's the stuff with the overlaps. Muteba does fine. Da Silva does fine so far. Da Silva might be replaced with Ngongo going forward though. But I want these to go in. And also, at this point, we can probably waste time. Because we're two goals are up. We got 2 goals on them. There is no need to go with additional risk. Oh no. Sederberg. Oh, he got to it. He got to it. So we want to tire them, right? Some more. Ishak. Nice pass for Muteba. Can he get to it? Yes, yes, he can. Forcell tries to kill a ball here. Muteba, this is not a bad cross. And that will end up as a corner, right? Yeah. So, Asika comes on 4 up. This is a central defender, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look. Yeah. They put on a central defender, but the rest of the squad is still very tired. Hopefully we can exploit it. Melander. That's not with that threatening, and also not well defended. Sederberg with the long ball apparently. Ishak doesn't mind. He likes those. Tillander. Da Silva retains possession. Hagedal, Melander. Long ball for Skillermo. Is this offside? It doesn't seem to be. Forcell with the cross. Ishak doesn't even jump though. As genius as his 2 goals were, this is bad. Tillander. Oh. He could have scored a 3rd today. Alvarez. Forcell. And we happily concede a corner here. Tillander's tired now. We should substitute him. He is already also back from injury just now. Hagedal. That goes nowhere. Great. Great, wonderful. So I don't feel Tillander is threatening at this point. We don't have anybody to play in that position. Skillermo can though. He can switch. So we'll go with Skillermo and Hellberg the other way around. Hellberg is not a natural winger, but they are tired enough that it might not make a difference. They switched some of the people though. This is not viable anymore. And let's have a look. The left side is now entirely tired. Well, no, for us it's the left side. So our attacking left. So we will focus play down there and try to exploit that. The right side is more dangerous at this point. Or the right side is better defended. Let's put it that way. They are fresh. Herberg wins the ball back here. Zetterberg. And he just clears it into touch. It's not even into touch. Goes for the opponent. Who's immediately under pressure. Bulldogard Blom had a nice game, by the way. Didn't expect that. Which is also shown here with the nice pass for Ishak. Hilberg, 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 and Moreira da Silva. Skillermo, Moreira da Silva again. Ekman, that's probably offside. Yeah, it was offside. Still, looking good. Muteba, Ishak, Muteba again. Bulldogard Blom with the header straight into the arms of the keeper, sadly. We didn't have that many chances, but it certainly feels that way, right? Well defended by Muteba. Ishak doesn't win the duel though. Ottoson. And this is offside. Can we praise them here? Some of them are complacent, so yeah, we gotta do these individually. I think we can praise him. He needs to focus though. Do they feel the pressure? Maybe. Let's encourage him. Bulldogard Blom is on a 6.6. Let's encourage him. We might maybe we should have gone with demand more. Praise for Muteba, probably. He is a professional guy and should stand the pressure. So demand more. Ekman, demand more. Forsell, demand more, even though he's really tired. Same for him. Same for him. And there's just praise left for Ishak after this game. Does it work? Well, not really. Especially the demand more shouts didn't work well. And the encouraging. And he's overwhelmed by the fact that we told him to concentrate. Okay. If that's the way it is. That should be an easy one for Zetterberg, and it is. Hogdal. Forced to go for the long ball. Hilberg doesn't win that header. Forsell is on the pitch though. Still available. Still running. Absolutely not able to be tired. Ekman. Oh, he goes for the shot. Well, another pass for Ishak would have been the idea. Okay, there's another substitute to be made, right? Yeah, we've got one stoppage and we can replace one of the players. Who is in need of it? Probably Moreira da Silva. Ngongo can come on for a few seconds. He should have this. Muteba. Ishak doesn't win the header. Muteba with the cross. Ah, Musa catches it. Skillermo would have been there. Not so sure if he would have been able to hit that one, but he would have tried at least. Alvarez. Well intercepted by Hagedal. Twice! Well, the second one was more of a pass. But Nestrom. Lundberg. Forsell, Ottoson. Forsell tackles that one. Lind. Lundberg. Nestrom with a long ball that could be offside. Yeah, it is. That's it. That should be the game. 1.5 minutes to go. Play it down. Bulldogard Blom. Forsell. Forsell. Ngongo. Fresh on the pitch. Fresh on the pitch. With a cross into I don't know where. That didn't look well thought out. But well, this is Ngongo. He's got the pace, he's got the stamina, he's got the strength. But the mindset and the technique are a bit lacking. Crossing is decent though. Muteba, last throw in of the game probably? He certainly takes his time. Melander with another long ball for Ishak. Asike, Musa, and that's it. The referees had enough of this game. We win it. 2-0. Is it deserved? I don't know. 2 goals by Ishak. And to be perfectly honest, I wouldn't have seen either of them. This is really... We were lucky. Or maybe it did him some good to rest on the... in the stands for some time. But this certainly makes it much easier going forward. Or entirely possible. Because next game will be against Vasalunds. That will be a hard one. Again. But yeah, we won that one. Fantastic performance. Puge, another 6.4. I don't know, we should have sold him for 60k. But he didn't want to go. What can you do? So that brings us in midfield. At least for now. And all of a sudden there's other teams behind us. Because Haninge and Örebro lost, and where's Haninge? Yeah, they lost 2 against Luleå. So we got that. 13 points to go. That's a goal. So that's another 4 wins and 1 draw. If we want to avoid relegation. We probably don't need that much though. But anyway. That's what we're going for. How many games are still left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 9 games. We should be able to do that in 9 games. Shouldn't we? Well, hopefully. Let's say 3 wins in 9 games should be enough. So we might not get fired after all. At least not for now. Yeah. How delighted are we? Well, Ishak was fantastic. Melander in his role as a regista, well... He scored 2. And his morale is not perfect. How? Wonderful performance, sir. This is just what I expected. Not really, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that. This is... I'm blown away. Well, that means he might make an appearance next game. To be fair, he didn't score any of those as a target man. He scored both of them due to his aggression and, well, just sheer will. And I'm gonna look at that goal again. Seriously. That goal was wonderful. I want just to watch the first goal. We don't even see it in entirety. Can we jump back? No, of course not. Can we? jump back here. This is by the way, this is not the left key on the keyboard for some reason. So if we look at it like this, they were around our penalty area. Bulldog bomb clears it. Dahl again. Eriksson. And then here Tillander wins the ball. That's not that dangerous, right? You would expect a long ball at this point. Ishak gets overtaken by 2 players here. So now he's got 4 against him. 5. 4.5. Both close him down. He runs with the ball. Runs with the ball. Runs with the ball. Overruns everyone. Nobody closes him down except for the others. And he manages to finish it. Against 4.5 players. And the second goal, really, that was more of a lucky one. Just managed to smell that bad deflection and put it in. It's fantastic. Alright, so now we're at 22 points. This is the lowest we've ever been at this point in the season, but it doesn't matter. Form-wise, I'm happy with it so far. Yeah, we lost the game against Gefle, but we won against Karlstadt. This is always a good one. One of the more dangerous encounters, I feel. Karlstadt football. And Vasalons are really hard, in my experience. Hopefully, they will be exhausted from something. I don't know. But rotating certainly helped here. And we were able to outplay Karlstadt to a degree. They were trying to play with the possession football and they were just tired. So we had a chance there. And we took it. That's all there is to it. In other circumstances, we might as well have lost that game. It's not like we were dominating that game. We had 7 or 8 shots, I think, on target. It wasn't great overall. Yeah, it's not here. But anyway. Okay, and well, after Vasalons there will be the cup game. Then we will face Sollentuna, Täby, Haninge, Örebro, Ytterhogdals, Luleå, Dalkurd, and Smedby. So where do we think we will get the points? Vasalons, hard one, maybe 1, if we're good. Helsingborgs, we will get 30k euros and that's it. I do not expect to make anything out of this one. Sollentuna, I thought we would be capable of defeating Sollentuna last time. That was a bad idea. Sollentuna are dangerous and within their own rights. And I think this is down to the fact that some of the players are really fast. Where is it? Rawufu? Yeah, look at this. This is a machine. And, well, I cannot see it in entirety, but acceleration and pace are decent, strength is good, dribbling first touch are good. This guy's dangerous. And the same goes for this one. This for me is a signing at this point. I would love to have him in our team. Why is he not shortlisted? I have no idea. Yeah. Cool. So he will play inverted winger with us though, but with that pace and acceleration, that personality, and overall the technical and mental, he's got it all. The 15 points of composure. Where did they find this guy? Hasselholm apparently. This is I don't know. No, Asuriaka. Well. Anyway, he's made for that level or above. Going forward. So, actually, let's do this episode. Is this guy willing to sign for us? Let's compare him to Liljedahl for a second. Just so... he's a tiny bit better, yes. He's a tiny bit better. He can be star player for us. Nobody wants him though, other than us. You want to make a contribution, right? 41k. It's probably more in line, yes. Now it's down to 3.9k. So we will make an offer for 2.5. I'm willing to go with a fee here, yes. They are happy with it, and they need a replacement player first, though. How's his... He's not even suspiciable to injury, though. I don't know. Yeah, and that estimated wage is way too high for us. But for a player of this caliber, we should probably pay some at some point. This is not what we strictly need. We've got Tillander and Puget out there and so on. But it might be an idea. So yeah, well, I came to this transfer by accident, but or potential transfer. But really, I'm looking into the clubs that you face repeatedly. And looking at their players that are good is a viable option. I should probably do that more going forward. No. I have absolutely no interest in entering into contract negotiations with your club under any circumstances. This is how they phrase a no. Okay, so this is probably also why he was removed from the shortlist. But maybe Sollentuna go down. No, they are 9th. They will not. I have no idea how they keep him. Yeah. And with the others, will there be news with Turngren, Swan, or Holstrom? Probably not good ones. We can also try Jürge again. I think he should be still on the shortlist. He's with Tabby. Has been for an extended amount of time, and they pay him. Well, for the league level, they pay him nothing, and I think Jürge is a good transfer. I think his name was Jürge. Jürge, I think. A 23-year-old winger, also inverted winger on the left wing, fairly professional. Let's have a look. It's Jürge. Sorry. Yeah, that guy. I would be willing to sign him. He's listed for loan? He's listed for loan? Yeah, sure. But I want him for a transfer. Immediately. 200 euros and 1.3k going forward? Sure. Can you give a selling wage contribution, maybe? No, they want a bit more. Yeah, don't care about the wage contribution. Let's give them 2.5. This is fine. Probably too much, but it doesn't matter. For a player of that quality, I'm willing to pay. And here again, so he's not that good compared to the other guy. But if I compare him to Ytterhogdals again, he's strictly a better player than Ytterhogdals. On the mental side, he's a bit lacking. But overall, he's a year younger. He doesn't have that much match experience, and he's well-rounded. Also, injury history is nada. Never been injured. He's probably very well, very unsuspiciable to injury, if that is a thing. He doesn't want to come for us. Can we... Can we make another offer? Probably after the day's been through. I want to have him on loan with an optimal future fee. So it's only about the performance in the league at this point. I would love to have players that I'm that excited about for the other positions too, but I just don't know of any. They made an offer for Jorge. Oh no. Kulovic declined. He's balanced now. How is this a positive influence? Jorge again. We could make an offer. I want to make a loan offer. Well, we will not get him probably. And Piteo are one league down at this point. They need a replacement player for Oliver Swan first. I am not willing to go to pay 45k for Oliver Swan, but I would be willing to discuss a deal for the odd sum, in case Oliver Swan's even interested. They have negotiated it. Okay, so not a problem. We will pay installments back. It's not a big deal. We'll pay 1.5k in installments. I feel like Oliver Swan brings in more installments right now, so that's not a problem. Let's go with that. And no, definitely not. Most definitely not. Something like this maybe. So now they're down to 19. I'm not willing to offer 5k for Oliver Swan. No. We sold him for something else, so they want 35k for him. Simon Tungren. Would he be willing to sign for us again? Probably not, but it's still fun to try. He brought in a lot of money, I think 14k or something. So let's go with a minor fee here. Nah, really, we cannot afford that. These players are all much too expensive. Yeah, for some reason these players are all much too expensive. But the good thing is we've got clauses in place for any of them. That's much better. No, his wage is way too high for us to pay something like this. Say we pay 4.5k for him. Yeah. Cool. Now we only need to deal with the wage of 850 in case he wants to sign for us anymore. Ah, he doesn't want to though. Ah, this is sad. Yeah, okay. So I wanted to we can probably talk about transfers all day, but I think it's time to wrap up the stream for today. We've had 3 games. We lost 1. We managed to win 2. We shot up the table. We are now in 10th spot. If we can win another one, I make us favorites for not going down. So it was closer than I would have liked this season so far, and we are not out of the woods yet. Definitely not. If you look at the distribution here, this is really dangerous. There's a lot of clubs with 20 points here. Any one of them can come up immediately, and we're only 2 points away. Goal difference is on our side though, luckily. We managed not to concede that much. Goals conceded, we are now 6th worst, we were 4th worst. So something's happening there. Hopefully we can improve on that. And we will have problems here anyway with the lack of improvement in training facilities, so we will need to rotate the squad again for next season. Hopefully next season we can do a bit better. And also we've got some money on our hands now, so yeah, there's that. Cool. So transfer window is up tomorrow, and the cup game, which we will, well, no, it's Vasalons first and then the cup game. But anyway, Vasalons and then the cup game against Helsingborgs. To be honest, I expect to lose both, but well, maybe it's just me. Have a nice day, everybody. Thanks for watching, and if you see this later on YouTube, you might want to come over to Twitch at some point. It's really great fun here. So, yeah, have a good one, and see you tomorrow.